Alderman Howden, can you hear us okay? Can you come off mute and test your audio right quick?
Check, check.
We got you. Thank you.
I can hear you, bud.
And you only have to touch it once it's live.
Okay, welcome to the Senate hearing. At least our house is back in order. Oh, our house. Oh, this is being recorded, so. Okay, so let's start off with an invocation from Ted, please.
Hey, please join me in prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for another beautiful day in the Ozarks. And this evening, we invite you into this room as we work the city business, as we prepare a budget for the next fiscal year. Father, with that, we have a lot to be thankful for the folks that visit here, that work here, that live here, that essentially pay into the taxes of the government, that we might use those dollars wisely and efficiently to provide the best services for those that love to live, work, and play here. Father, we thank you for the many blessings, for your love and forgiveness. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Ted. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Flag in here. Okay. I'm sorry. All right, yes, I'm going to do a roll call for the Board of Aldermen first and then the Finance Committee. Fenton?
Here.
Denham?
Here.
Cooper?
Here.
Milton?
Here.
Howden?
Here.
And also we are live streaming this and Alderman Howden is joining us virtually. Rodriguez?
Here.
LeBlanc?
Here.
And then for the Finance Committee, LeBlanc?
Here.
Fenton?
Here.
Denham?
Here.
Milton?
Still here?
Williams?
Here.
Yancey? Pinkley?
Here.
And Stepp.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum for both the Board of Aldermen and the Finance Committee.
Thank you for everybody for joining, and we'll start with opening remarks from Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. This is a day that we've long been preparing for to make sure that we've got the assimilation of all of the different goals and ideas that we've been able to gather over the last year of working with you all and understanding what direction you want our city to go. And what we're going to be embarking on this afternoon is just that. It's our 2024 budget proposal that we're bringing before you. And of course, we're very anxiously looking forward to hearing any other ideas that you think we should incorporate into the budget for next year. Different goals that you want to set for us that we can exceed your expectations on and the like. I want to thank for their incredible dedication and hard work. Thank goodness I said, dang it. Yes, I did. All right. The positive attitudes, the groundswell of support from frontline staff all the way up through the directors. It takes all of us to pull together, to learn how to do more with less, to learn how to optimize, and to run city government as much like a business as possible. I have never been as inspired in my career before, in public or in private life, as I am every day coming into Branson City Hall. The highest caliber of individuals who work together as a team that keep moving rocks, as we say, on a daily basis. And you're going to be very pleased to hear from them this afternoon. And of course, I want to thank the Board of Aldermen and the Finance Committee members for your guidance, your attendance, and for your support. We're very, very blessed to have you all dedicating your servant hearts to our efforts every day at City Hall, and you make us better as a team and me better as a city administrator. So I thank you. As we began the months-long budget development process, our administration took the lead to craft the budget by listening to all of our staff, understanding what the challenges are on the ground, and fostering the recommendations and priorities that they brought to us, because they're the experts on how to solve the problems. We fostered recommendations and priorities to develop a budget that reflects our community's values and to set our city up for future growth and success. Although we are facing rising inflation, rising costs, labor, we remain more committed than ever to deliver a balanced, results-driven, and fiscally sound budget. Our goal was to craft a budget that addresses current and longstanding challenges that we face, but also makes needed investments to modernize how we operate and to make our city as resilient as possible, despite any national economic conditions outside of our control. So to accomplish this, we provided clear direction to all of our department heads to focus their budget requests and priorities on 5 important themes. We're looking to modernize city government, strategically invest taxpayer dollars to maximize the benefit to our community, to foster a positive culture change at City Hall, operate at the speed of business whenever possible, and to make it easier to do business in the city of Branson. And as you'll see from tonight's presentations from our department directors, we believe our proposed budget accomplishes exactly that. The amount of work and results we've already produced as a collective city team in 2023, from again, directors to frontline staff, these efforts will be accelerated as we strategically invest our community's tax dollars into these key priorities. We're being focused on measurable and impactful results for 2024 with a very careful eye on long-term costs. We've put forth proposal key investments across all city departments, ensuring the resiliency of our water and sewer system, critical road improvements, investing in our city parks, to modernizing our facilities and equipment. And we've worked very hard to empower city staff to treat this budget as if it's their own, to make sound, fiscally responsible decisions in order to maximize the results. We're looking for achieving cost savings, prioritizing key projects, and deliver the core services to our city taxpayers, businesses, and the millions of tourists every year that we all depend so much upon. This budget not only makes significant investments in key city infrastructure, but also our most valuable asset, our people. Our city staff are the driving force behind our city's accomplishments. We've made smart decisions on how to adjust pay, use resources, and to engage in training to retain and attract and recruit the very best and the brightest to city staff. In my first year, we've made significant progress on changing the culture at City Hall, and this budget will further empower our talented team to bring our city government and output to a whole new level. I encourage you today to ask questions, to give us feedback, help us in our collective mission to deliver a comprehensive budget to implement real results and meaningful impacts for our community. Again, I am so very blessed to be in this position at this moment in time in this beautiful city, our home. I can't be more proud of the progress that we've made already in this first year together. And of course, we're just getting started, as I like to say. So buckle up for 2024. We're ready to work. And I look forward to hearing everything that you have to say about what we're presenting to you today. Thank you so much.
Kathy, thank you so much for that. We're going to move on to Ben Hart, Baker Tilly. He's going to provide us with an overview of 24 budget and our fund summaries.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Last year in 22 for the 23 budget, we added a lot of positions. We had a lot of capital that was in there We continue to enjoy the increases in revenue from tourism sales tax. We'll go through that in a minute. But what I do want to do is remind this body that your responsibility obviously is to adopt a budget, but your role as an elected governing body is really to talk to the departments about what they're going to be doing from an externally faced service. They've got a lot of good stuff they're going to bring up. Kathy alluded to. So the format we have here today is a lot like what we did last year, maybe a little bit more streamlined. We do have a book that is available in front of you. We're not going to go through that book. We're going to talk about what's in it. All of the presentations that are here, we can make available on our website. It's great information for the public as well. But what we are going to do is go through, I'm going to do a little bit of accounting, house cleaning, more of a overview of how we put our buckets of money together. And it's oriented toward just as a refresher, but also the public to get an idea what that looks like. And then just like last year, we'll go through the assumptions, what our budget process looked like, and then an overview. The overview is just really going to extend off what we talked to you guys about on a monthly basis. What does that look like for 24 and what's this budget built on is what we're going to go through. We'll look at a few 5-year forecasts because that was an important part of this process and it still is. And then we'll go into the department additions. I'll run through the department additions. They'll give you a lot more information than I will. They're experts in their field. This is really just what was included in the budget. I'm not going to go through it ad nauseum. The things that are important to the public and you guys are what's going to be in there at a high level. So we're not going to be missing anything. It's just the stuff that you're going to be interested in. Well, the book, and I can skip this one, the book that we've given you is, like I said, streamlined. It's got the fund pages in it, but then it's also got the list of capital, every capital project that's budgeted for 2024. And there's a bunch of them that are in there. The final book will have maybe 200, 300 pages. And I'm not going to make you go through all those pages because that would be, even me, it'd be boring to go through. And then we'll have the directors come up. We've got an agenda for them to come up and kind of go through their information as well. So we'll jump right into it. The budget this year was based on what we call a zero-based budget. It was just basically taking 2023, no increases, handing it back over to the directors and say, what do you need? And for the most part, that's exactly what they did. They returned either corrections that should have been corrected years ago. We continue to correct them, or just handed us back a reshuffled budget that makes more sense for them. And then we went back to them and said, okay, here's the strategic priorities we'd like to plug in. And it was back and forth. This process started in June and here we are in October, almost November. So it's a long process and it's lockstep every step of the way for the directors. So fund types. So what do I mean by that? Our budget is $158 million. They fall into 3 different categories. And this is kind of what's important. The operating budget, the capital budget, and the debt. The debt I can pick off really easy. General debt, very small amount of that. Most of that's economic development driven. So the resources that come in from those districts pay that debt. The operating obviously is what we're going to be talking about today. That would be what I would call less discretionary, if you will. If should a downturn happen at any point, those are the ones you're probably going to touch last. Capital, what we do when we put a budget together, we look at our operating and see how much we've got left over that we can attribute toward capital. So operating is clearly funded out of current revenues. And then we start adding capital in there. So the capital is really the excess that's above the operating. And we were able to tuck a lot of capital in there. We'll touch on that here in a minute. But when you look at the funds, that's just really buckets of money. If you're familiar with a envelope system of budgeting, and my daughter now is in Springfield, envelope, she's got to tuck cash and rent, cash and groceries, cash and entertainment. If she puts anything entertainment, I just take it out. But she can't take money out of the rent because then she won't have money for rent. So it's got to stay there. But on groceries and entertainment, she can swap them back and forth. That's the way to look at this. You can't take anything out of water and sewer because it comes in from one source. If you look at general, that's where things can start swapping around. Sales tax is a general revenue. So it can really fund a lot of different things, with the exception of public safety. There's certain rules behind public safety. Tourism tax, same way. There's certain rules behind tourism tax. Split 25% marketing, 75% infrastructure. And it only goes for infrastructure. It can't go for operations. So that's part of what this budget does. So you can see why tourism tax is then in capital. It's purely capital. Internal service fund is a little bit nuanced. That's not included technically in our budget because that's where we store savings, or departments will save up for different capital needs down the road. And that's also part of our capital as well. Yeah, so that one was out of order. Apologize for that. So what this is, and I'm not going to go through this ad nauseum, but what this does is just really kind of give you an idea of those funds that I just talked about. What are their main sources of revenue? Who's funded out of those sources? And that's what this slide's about. So if somebody in the public wanted to see where's police funded out of, you can tell and go right to that page in the budget for this matrix. As far as the overarching assumptions, these are the assumptions we kind of the umbrella over the entire budget. Last year, we had sales tax. I guess in 23, we're holding sales tax flat from 22. Now, what does that mean? 22 collections, 23 collections. We're on pace to collect $15.5 million. In the budget for 23, we've put in around 13.4 as a budget. So that gap right there is what's going to be added to the general fund. So in 24, we took 15.5 and added a little bit of money, not enough to really make a percentage. It's basically flat. And then out on the out years, we went ahead and adjusted it based on historical average. So when you look at the next 5 years, we put a 2% average increase. Same thing for the city tourism fund. The tourism tax was a little bit different. We had a 23 budget at $12.3 million. We're on pace right now to hit 18.1 in that same fund. The budget's based on that 18.1. So that allowed us to add more capital than what we did last year and put that money to work. And so that's what we went to the departments with. So the department, the 2024 is again 18.1. We're holding it flat on that one. When we look at other revenues, just a ton of them, there were 1-2% increases, really just nominal increases. Being a service driven industry, obviously personnel costs are your number one cost. They're also your number one worry. If you lose staff, you don't have the service. If you turn things around and you're able to pay them and attract staff, and the police department will tell you that right now, they were able to fill vacancies very fast. And that matters. So 2% compensation increase is what's included. We've also got a bucket of money for merit. So the 2% increase is inherently put in this budget, but then there's another bucket, if you will, for that merit to be distributed. That's up to 3% of salaries. I'm not saying that that's what everybody's going to get, but that's going to be what's available. Health insurance across the board, some of those are getting out of hand. 10, 15, 20% is what we're seeing across the board. You guys are lucky that 10% is really going to be your max, if it's that high at all. The loggers, any kind of retirement, it's broken down into really 3 different percentages. That's all through the state. We don't have a choice on that. They hand us those percentages. So that's what it's based on. Non-personnel input we gathered from the departments. I can say last year we started to involve HR in the process with putting a position master together and really talking to them about departments and what are employees and what function they have. This year it went to a whole new level with Haley coming on board and with Kim involved. We were able to get a lot more information and share a lot more information. Things moved really quick, and I got to hand it to those two. They did it on pace. And right now they're in the middle of the ERP system, and they're still on pace to answer questions that we've got. So they knocked it out of the park when it comes to personnel. But we asked departments for input on non-personnel. Obviously, the reason is inflation. We don't know what certain chemicals are going to be. We're going to need to know what that looks like for them. So we asked for their input, plugged it in to see what it looked like. And for the most part, what they plugged in is what we put in. We didn't have to change a whole lot. And where we did, We went back to the departments and have let them make that decision. We don't make that decision.
Ben, before you move on.
Yep.
I just heard you say that our tourism tax is dramatically higher than what we budgeted for.
Yep, right.
And we take those excess funds to apply to our capital projects.
Correct.
How often, I know we're looking at a 2024 budget. How often throughout the year do you monitor this and come back to this board and finance committee and suggest, you know what, we're not on pace.
Yeah.
So here's the adjustments we're going to make.
Yeah. So you're talking about if we go down, or it could be down or up, right? So let's take the good first. So if we're looking at $2-3 million increase in tourism fund, it can go for infrastructure. What the city's used it for in the past is water and sewer. Obviously, with transportation coming up in the PMI plan, we've got to be able to focus on above ground infrastructure as well. So given the capacity for them to add that capital and have an ability to actually implement that capital that year, we go ahead and pull the trigger. I can tell you, these guys are going to say, I've got enough. I've got $50 million in projects. I can't get any more. Don't come to me with that. They're going to put it in 24. We'll move on. Now on the decrease, if we see it going down below our budget, it's immediate, Mayor. We're going back on a monthly basis to go back to Kendall or Michael and look at what those projects look like. What can we do different? They'll go back to the prioritization, start at the bottom and unfund them and get to the ones that are the highest priorities we keep, right? To the point we can.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted you to share that so those that are listening
Yeah.
in.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Overarching assumptions for projects. Obviously, one of the biggest we're working on right now is the police department building, public safety building. We're looking at probably a debt issue that's going to come back to you guys for discussion and approval either later this year or the beginning of 24. I know our office is working with Cherie and Eric to time that out. Continue staffing for Fire Station 4. Fire Station 4 is obviously a big project that you guys set in place last year. That's underway. We're going to continue to onboard staff and make staffing adjustments from 23. I think it was around 40 some positions we added last year. And to the degree, now that we've got Kathy on board, to the degree we need to shuffle those around, we'll do that. But I think she's pretty much got what she wants to look at right now. But we'll continue that onboarding. I say HR is going to continue that onboarding, and they've done a fantastic job of working with departments to do that. I got to hand it to them. I usually don't see departments like that. And I'm just saying that lightly. HR is not a known product for government. Usually it's a back office data miner that just fills out paychecks, right? These guys are out there looking for people, and they work with directors. They've done a yeoman's work, and they've got a lot more that they want to do in 24. And then obviously we're just going to continue that bureaucratic capital that is put in place. That's a little overwhelming. Just keep on going. That's the only thing you can do. But that's also, these are the assumptions that's built on what's in this budget and we move forward with. The process, Kathy talked a little bit about this. I won't belabor it, but it was a lot like what we did last year. This year we held a director's retreat to talk about capital and operating as well. You're going to see some of the departments are going to talk about some of their increases, their people they added, and there was some of those that were unanimous increases. Yes, we've got to have that. We're going to do that because we've got to get it internalized. You'll see some of those come through. So it was a one-on-one or a department by department conversation. This year, I think we hopefully did a better job of keeping them updated on what was included. We added a trip back to them once we had everything through Kathy to talk about, okay, here's the numbers. What do you look at? And we took either their office specialists or their assistant directors to go through all of it and make sure that it was exactly right. If it wasn't, then we got to change it. And then obviously we looked at long-term forecast when we did all of that. So with this slide, it just shows you the revenue. On the left-hand side, it's the revenue as it's broken up amongst those funds, and it might be a little hard to see. The general fund is the gray. It's just a quarter of the pie. If you look at the one on the left, that's the tourism, public safety, and transportation, or what's called special revenues. Those are revenues that are only toward those functions. That's half that number. Most of that is tourism fund and transportation, which is capital related. On the left, on the right-hand side, the sales tax breakdown. When you look at sales tax and tourism tax, it funds 40% of the entire $158 million. 40% of that comes from tourism tax or sales tax. So it's very contingent on what the economy looks like. And we continue to monitor that obviously on a monthly basis. Finance committee gets all of that as well. So you can see tourism tax is 17.8 here. That's what 24 is based on. 18.1 is probably what we're going to end up with. And we'll make those adjustments. You kind of see some of the others where those sales tax are plugged in at. Transportation's the broader sales taxes, general fund, and the public safety funds. When you look at just the dollars, how that looks, 25 million in the general fund, those different special revenue funds are 43. Debt and development funds, a little less important, 13 million. Obviously, they're just set it and forget it. Enterprise funds, which we talk about, Kendall talks about considerably, which needs to be around $12 million it comes in. When we look at the expense side of it, general fund at 14, you can kind of see what those numbers look like. Again, the special revenue funds, those four funds are the biggest part of that picture. When we look at special revenues, there's more than just what I told you. Tourism, transportation, public safety are the big ones, right? Convention centers in there and the recreation fund as well. These are just totals that are in there, all in the millions. When we look at different categories, service-driven industry, personnel is going to be your number one cost, your number one item that we need to pay attention to, obviously. Major capital expenses, this has gone up considerably in the last 2 years, only because you'll be able to enjoy that increase in that routine sales tax and tourism tax coming in that we see as permanent revenue coming in, although the increases and decreases in the economy will make a change, obviously. But that allows us to catch up on some of that capital. Fund balances. These are really the reserves as you guys set. Your policy right now is 20% reserves. Your target is 30%. Anything between 20 and 30 in the past, you've considered available for capital. In this case, like the general fund at 20%, you're well above 20% as far as a fund balance considered. For that matter, above 30%, you're well above 30%. So the general fund's healthy. In what we had done last year, this number was considerably higher than 10 million. So we took some of that money off, put it over, and actually cash funded the ERP system, which is almost unheard of. You usually debt finance $1.3 million. We're able to cash fund that thing. So we pulled money off of it. It ends up right about where we thought we'd be in 23. That's our estimate, just under 8 million. If I was a betting person, I'd bet that that's going to come in well above 8, just because of budget savings. This is based on full expenditure of our budget for 2023. So my guess it's going to probably come in north of that number. So we may be coming back to you with another transfer over to the general fund again to fund capital with cash. And you can kind of see the downward slope. Downward slope on these kind of items are not unusual. What's unusual is they're positive here at 28 and 29. It says that you started doing this right, and we're just going to continue doing it right. We're going to measure these long-term impacts to things that we're doing now. We add 13 positions. What does that look like in those relative funds? And that's what this is doing, is plugging that in and taking it out the rest of the years. For that matter, we're taking everything in 23 and blowing it out the rest of the years. There may be one-time cost in there in 23 we can back off on that makes that look better. But even at a long-term, this financial picture looks really good for the general fund.
So Ben, if I'm reading that correctly, the fiscal year 23, the green line represents a 20% reserve.
Your minimum balance, right?
When we look at the yellow bars, those represent a 200% increase over what our 20% reserve.
Correct. Yeah, and the way that's a good point. One of the ways reserves or cash savings or fund balance is really all synonymous. One of the ways that those are built is looking at risk that the city runs in the economy. So if you were primarily property tax driven, which is a really stable revenue source, I'd say that's way too high. I'd get rid of some of that. You're not. Most of your revenues are hinged to the economy, consumption, and it's volatile. And with that, you need to be able to address that volatility. You saw it in 2019, 2020, and it can drop like that. 2008 was a good example of how that dropped and stayed down for 2 to 3 years. You got to be able to get through that. So you may be able to unplug capital, and maybe that's not enough. Maybe you got to dive into some of the less discretionary operating funds, start unplugging vacancies, if you will. I'm not being doomsday here. I'm just saying the reason that exists is because you've got to be able to weather that storm. And with an appropriate balance, and this is what I would consider an appropriate balance, you could do that and not really affect services. And that's what you're really aiming at.
Yeah.
Is you don't want to affect services. You don't want to unplug cops or vacancies. You don't want to unplug firefighters or public works people. You can unplug all the admin you want to. It's going to have an impact, right? Of your whole picture, it's going to have an impact. But you want to be able to weather that storm and come right back up.
Yeah. And thank you for being very conscientious of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
None of us want you to be doomsday,
Right.
but we need to have that awareness
Yeah.
of we're in an unstable world
Absolutely.
right now. Yeah.
Absolutely. We do this with all the funds. I'm not going to go through every one of them. We do it with some of the key funds. Tourism fund right now has a fairly high balance. And the only reason that's high right now is because the ability to get projects done right away is not possible. I mean, projects take months to get through the process. So we'll see a dramatic increase in cash as those projects get built. But for last year's building of this year's budget, we just assume that those are all spent in 1 year, although that didn't happen. Same way with 24. We're doing the same thing. We're going to assume that's all spent. That's all obligated to those capital projects. That's what this balance does. It shows what's left over that's not obligated. And you can see we're well above that blue line, that 20%. Even in 2029 is well above. In the back of my mind, I know that decrease when you look from 25 to 29 is steep. I don't think that's probably not even right. Only because projects happen over time, and you're going to see that cash balance stay high, and we'll continue to manage it. Transportation fund, very similar. There's a lot of capital that's built into this. There's operating costs obviously in here too. A lot of operating costs for street maintenance, and it's only towards street maintenance. But there's capital in here, a few $1 million in capital that's plugged in here. And that's one of the reasons 24 to 25 drops, is assuming that capital's all spent, like $2 million of street maintenance, maybe the allocation. We may spend $1 million of it depending on what the weather is or what the contract process look like. Well, that then spills over to 25, and now we're suddenly back up to $3 million in cash that we've got to spend the next year. So that rolls. Most of this 25, you can see, is right at that 20%. So is 26. This is the picture that's more appropriate. What I've seen in the past is that number getting in the out years, getting below that 20%. We've still got 2 years to manage to that positive. And I know we're going to do it because we have a conversation with Michael every year, and we know that he can't spend everything we give him. And so that just continues. Transportation. I want to take a look at public safety. This is a little bit different this year, only because we got major projects going on. This is assuming on the top side fire, in red for a reason. 23, 24, we're in great shape. 25, 6, 7, and 8, we're stable, right? The difference between that green line and the red is very minimal. Budget savings by itself, natural inherent budget savings will close that gap and jump above the green line. So I'm not worried about that. What Ted and Colby and Sheena we're going to talk about in the first quarter, if not rest of this year, is what do we do? What does that look like? Because he's got needs that are probably beyond that capacity. When we talk about fire trucks, or we're talking about putting Fire Station 4 into service, is there something we need to be thinking about? How do we fund it? So we're going to start that well above or well before 25's budgets. We solve it before we ever get to you guys. So we're going to continue to talk about that. And we've got that on the schedule. When we look at the police fund, it's doing fairly well. We've got a cash balance there around $3.5 to $4 million. that stays there right now. When you look at, that's flat for that, for the most part, it's fairly flat. What we're looking at with them is a high probability of their costs being higher than the revenues coming in. So we're talking to Eric about what are the things that we can strategically move, if you will, and still accomplish what he needs to get accomplished. And he'll talk about the rest, but his budget's a lot different than what it was last year because we got new management in place. And I didn't know it was possible to fill vacancies in the police department that fast, but he did it. And that's actually a benefit of the citizens that happened. So I'd rather be in the position of catch up with him and him doing what he's doing right now. So his budget looks dramatically different than it was last year, but we've got the 5-year forecast updated and we're continually talking to him. He's done a great job in helping us out as well.
Would you, if I'm just looking at the graphs.
Yep.
That long-term fund for fire is somewhat concerning. Would you, and I know there's things in the works right now.
Right.
But would you mind updating both the finance committee and the board on what progress is made to have
Absolutely.
those bars exceed that reserve?
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah, absolutely. That actually from,
Or
go ahead.
it's pretty obvious. Chief Schmidt, you could just loan the fire department some of those excess funds
That's what I was going to say.
to balance it out.
I don't think it was a loan, it's more of a gift. No, that is one of the things we're doing with both of these funds, because there's a finite amount of resources. When you really look at it, the transfer that comes in from the general fund's higher than the sales tax they rely on within that fund. So that tells us the general fund, and you'll see it in the slides later, the general fund and the public safety funds fund these two. So there's a shared responsibility between the general fund and the public safety sales tax. And we addressed that last year with 23's budget by increasing it by 3%. We did that again in 24. That's what's built into here. It's that 3% increase from the base level all the way through these, as a policy, you guys set that as code now, that's part of our process. So the general fund and that sales tax is responsible for it. We've got more tools in our quiver, if you will, than their arrows than what most people think about. Parks. Total revenue, this is, I'm kind of backing up a little bit. This is just the revenue for parks. The area, the light green area is the total revenues. The bar is their programs, recreation programs. So a substantial part of their program, or their revenue, or their resources come from those programs. This is why Cindy continually looks at her revenues, what they look like, what can they afford, what can their customers afford for that matter, and continue to adjust those. You can see a fairly rapid increase from 23, 4, and 5 in the overall programs. That's campground. That campground coming on board, that's going to be a big deal for Parks and Recreation.
Is that campground going to be open in the spring? Oh, there she is.
She'll be up first.
What's,
You can ask
what's
her that.
anticipated? Just curious. End of 24?
Okay, exactly. December 31st,
enough.
2024. So a substantial part of our revenues is campground. Here's the campground fees right there. That's the bulk of what she's looking at. Between the light green and the gray, that's her self-driven fees right there. And it's an enormous chunk of money. It does a great job in helping us out. The darker green is the concession revenues of the total picture. Our transfers from the general fund is that little bit of gray area down in the corner. Parks and Rec does use the general fund for certain capital, but we also work with Cindy and her staff in making sure she continually has what she needs. When we look at the turf, for instance, we haven't put anything in the budget for any kind of synergy off that turf, even though we know it's going to be there. We just haven't put anything in there. That's going to make a difference in both public safety and general fund on the revenue side, sales tax and tourism tax for that matter, because Cindy's already promised it. She better check on it. So at least that's what I heard. Anyway, that's not budgeted in here, but I know there's a significant impact. Campground's going to do the same thing, right? You got tourists coming in. Now we got a place for them to stay. And so that'll be interesting to see what happens here in the next couple of years. We look at our fund. We're a little bit different here. The light blue bar, the gap between the light blue bar and that green is the debt service she's paying on both the turf and the campground. So that's explainable as far as the difference there is. But same thing with the transportation fund or the public safety funds here. Unspent revenue stay in that fund, so gets rolled over. So at worst, 25 looks like this. More likely, we're going to hit that green line or above it the same way. And it's going to be based on two things, based on revenue that we didn't put in there, whether it's campground. Right now, the campground revenue is an estimate, obviously, not our estimate, but more we know about what's booked out there, the more we'll be able to dial in on that and see what that looks like. But then unspent budget.
So Ben, let me ask, it may sound like the same question because it is. You laughing at me or with me? So when we look at this and the fire and others, where we're projecting our fund balance to be below our minimum 20% threshold.
Yep.
The world I run in is we'd be talking about what do we need to do today
That's exactly right.
for
That's
those
exactly right.
bars to
Yep.
be at 30%
Absolutely. Absolutely.
versus, because
Yeah.
here again, what I'm looking at is going to cause some sleepless nights. 25 is not far.
No, it's not. It's not.
I mean, it's
Right.
right around
And,
the
and,
corner.
and all three of them are solvable. I can guarantee you they're all solvable.
But
It's just a matter of having that conversation now, like you just said. And what I want to know is what 23 looks like in these funds, because then that will shift. That'll make a big difference for what 25 looks like. Because if 25-3 comes through what I believe it's going to do, that blue 23 is going to be higher, which lifts all of them. Does that make sense? I want to see what 23 revenues look like. That'll color our 24 revenues and our 25 revenues. So that what I want to do is bring back by February to the Finance Committee the answers to some of these questions on public safety, on transportation, on parks. And we can do that. That's what we've got on our schedules, to look at that 5-year forecast now. So we have that in place. By the time we look at this next time, we've got it fixed.
So Ben, I think what you're saying is on the, where you see 23, that's just based on what you projected for this
Right.
year, but across the board, it's all up.
Exactly.
So really,
Right.
this isn't,
This
it's not,
is
it's not
worst case
accurate, but
scenario. Yeah.
it's just based because you're basing it on those assumptions
Yep.
than when we went into this year.
We're assuming that 100% of the budget is spent in 23 and 24.
Well, and also that the revenues stayed
Exactly.
stagnant to what
Very
you projected,
conservative.
but you already know they're ahead.
Exactly. Very conservative. So when there's public safety, for instance, this 1.6% increase in sales tax. If we hit 2.5 to 3%, that number goes way up for fire.
But in the same breath, if we're 10% down,
Yeah. Half
Right.
glass full, half glass empty, right?
so again, let me clarify what I think I just heard Cody said. This figure that's plugged in on this chart for 2023 estimate.
Yep.
That's what you budgeted for 2023,
Yep.
even though sitting here today, the numbers tell us we're already above that.
Right. Right.
And of course, Mayor, if I may, and we didn't want to be too presumptuous, right? Even though you have to use assumptions when you're
Right.
doing budget plans, obviously. But we, instead of going on what we are pretty sure, because we're getting close to the end of the fiscal year, it's going to be and adjust the bar graphs like that. That's not really an honest way to represent it. So we just wanted to go by what we had budgeted and then move forward from that, because we just want to be very transparent with the public and not make too many guesstimate
Right.
assumptions at this point in the fiscal year. Obviously, we're talking about budget numbers 2 times a month.
Yeah.
And so, if we see something starting to trend or we get concerned about some things going on in whatever's going on in the world, we're actively involved and actively
Mhm.
managing it. We would
Absolutely.
bring that right to the Finance Committee and the board to make
Yep.
adjustments.
So what you're going to see, and that's a great point, what you're going to see in the Finance Committee, in this case, would be on the bars. You'll see 3 of them up there. You'll see low scenario, a medium scenario, and a high scenario. And you can medium being more than likely that's where we're going to be. Low being, and this would be low. If I had anything to do, that would be low. Then the next up, the medium would be the one we're probably aiming at. That's probably where we're going to be. The high would be if things, the star and the moon line up, this is where we're going to be. So that's what you're going to see coming back. And then we'll be able to identify in each one of those three, what happens to get to that point. That way we've got more clarity as to what that long-term forecast looks like.
Okay, but I'm still sitting here feeling that we're having a 2024 budget meeting.
Right.
I'm assuming you're going to be asking the board to approve this.
Mhm. Right.
And by asking us to approve this, we are approving, we're going to have deficits in 25.
That's not a deficit. That's not a deficit.
Well, they are if we're short of our reserves.
Yeah, and just for the technical terms, deficit, it would be if this number is negative. Those are all positive. What you're talking about is it's below the policy. That's what you're talking
Well,
about.
I think it's a requirement for us to maintain a 20%. Isn't that a state
In the,
requirement?
yeah, that's right. In the current year, it needs to
So
be
we're being
20%
asked
all
to
the time.
approve something that is going to violate a state requirement of having a 20% minimum reserve.
But you're not asked, this body's not asked to prove 25 to 29. You're only approving 24 with an outlook of 25 to 29. You're only approving 24. That's it. What we're doing is taking it one step further and saying, okay, if revenues are extremely conservative, revenue and the expenses are assumed to all be spent, this is where we're at. What I'm telling you is we're going to go back and adjust that to what is normal, what typical happens, not on the worst case scenario, the most likely scenario. What does that look like? That's what I'm saying. Does that make sense? So
It's
you're not
gonna let me
approving
sleep any
25 to
better.
29.
Yeah, I know. Does any alderman or finance members have any questions or comments on this topic? Well,
that answers
Well,
that.
the green line there shows 20%. Is that right?
Yeah. So that's a target, not a goal, or that's a goal, not a policy.
Okay. I'm going to be on the record that I'm going to nod my head yes. However, I still have reservations.
Absolutely.
Mayor, if I can add too, I live every day with reservations, as does Ben. And so, I mean, it's a constant dynamic in relationship that we've got with Ben and his team and Cherie in finance, so that we are regularly getting updated real-time numbers. And that's
Mhm.
another benefit to some of the ClearGov applications, some of the things we've done in IT. So we've got real-time budgeting, the ERP that's going to come on board. It's going to give us real-time budgeting. But besides all that, since we don't have the ERP up and running yet, we're regularly having conversations about
Mhm.
where is every department at, what are we seeing, what are the anticipated tripwires. So this is a very active administration when it comes to managing the fiscal resources of the city,
Absolutely.
with obviously the input and guidance and transparency back to you all as the elected officials. So when I saw those two, I was like, oh my God, I did the same thing that you're doing today. I'm like, why is there white space in between the green line? Right. So I asked the same questions, and it makes sense to me. These are super conservative projections that we're using. Like Ben said, every single dollar gets spent in that fiscal year, never happens.
Right.
But what is and I was like, you know what? Put forth what we think is the worst case scenario.
Well, okay. And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen anything that says heads up, anybody who's reading this, just know that this is worst case. So is it to provide some color to this? If we had a worst case,
Exactly.
most probable,
Yep.
and a
Yeah.
best case.
Yep,
Yeah, we
that's
can
exactly
definitely
right.
do that.
And that's why we want to come back to the finance committee, because then we can lay all that out for the public and what that actually looks like. And then what needs to take place for each one of those items to have. I think that's exactly where we need to go.
So at the next finance meeting, we could have these amended to show these.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'd appreciate
absolutely. Yeah,
that. Thank you.
yeah. So that's the bulk of what I've got for the financials. We're going to get into some of the fun stuff now. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Yeah, so I didn't. The biggest point of what I showed you today this year is going to be of those 5-year forecasts. And understand, as soon as we get done, you guys approve the 24, 25 is here for us. we're immediately jumping into 25, and that'll paint a picture for 26. Some entities will take 25 and 26 and adopt them both at the same time. That's possible. It takes maybe a little bit bigger team, but we could do that. But we'll immediately jump into 25 on all these funds for that matter, because there's a lot of moving parts to this thing. So I'm going to kind of go through some of the changes. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this just because the departments are going to be getting up right after this as well. Changes to the budget here on fire, market rate adjustments and compensation, and then obviously the fire station funding. It'll continue in 24. I already mentioned they're funded out of general fund and public safety sales tax. The police ditto market rate adjustments. We got assume full staffing for the police. We don't have to assume it, it's just happening. And then the new police building coming on will be a big deal. Again, general fund and public safety. Parks and recreation, recreation fund, and obviously general fund subsidy. I mentioned that as well. Debt service for the campground and the turf. When I say debt service, this is internal debt for service. We are ourselves essentially. So we have an ability to move that around if we need to. It can go up if we got a better year. It can go down if it's a worse year. But that's an internal goal. Increase operations for new campground. Obviously, that's in there. Revenues are in there as well for a partial year. And then she went ahead and her and her staff went ahead and took a look at who's on what team and what needs to get plugged in for different priorities. So they shuffled a little bit to make things work better even from what they've got now.
Well, there's nobody at City Hall that's going to foreclose on Cindy, just so you know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. May credit her a few things for that matter. On the public works engineering side, we're looking at Hiawatha Heights street improvements is one of the biggest additions here. There's, I believe, 3 million in there, maybe higher than that. I think it's around 3 million for the Hiawatha Heights. This is the street side, not the public utility side. We're adding a fleet manager. That's one of the unanimous decisions to internalize fleet acquisition and management. And I can get into that later if we need to, but that was a unanimous decision to pull that in-house. And then 2 maintenance workers for the for streets, and then a sign shop technician. They're funded out of general fund, tourism tax, and transportation. Most of these are taking place out of the transportation tax and the tourism tax. Look at planning and development. They're all out of the general fund. And here I'm just going to say easier to do business with the city and keeping people in code compliant. That's at a high level. Mark could tell you more about what's going on, but there's a lot of changes over there for the better too. Look at administration, minimal changes here. Here we've got Shri on board. Obviously that's not a new position, but what we do have is a new flavor on what we need over there. So we're really reflecting the correct cost of financial and legal services. And then on a very good citywide impact is city communications with Lisa and giving her the budget she needs to be able to continue that to happen. That's going to pay dividends as well. You look at utilities, they've got a ton of capital, and you guys look at this on a regular basis. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here. As far as proposed capital is concerned, this is 24 to 2029. That's the process, very similar to what we did for the operating budget. And it is based on their top priorities. Departments again went back and looked at the projects they've got and prioritized what they need. Some of them didn't get prioritized only because they've got their top 3 or top 5. And then the rest of them kind of interchangeable. As far as the plan's concerned, public works and engineering, 78% of it. Total for 24 is 52.3 million. That's a big number, right? 30 million of that is 76 highway. That's 76 CID is in there.
How much is the 76?
32 million. In 24, there'll be 30 million of it.
Okay, but for clarity again, to add some color.
Right. Yeah, so add some color to that. That actually gets funded by the sales tax that come off of the CID, exclusively funded by that CID.
That needs to be really clear. Because I
Absolutely.
don't want our public thinking we're going to spend
Exactly.
$34 million of city money.
Right, right.
So I don't know if there needs to be an asterisk, but that's funded by the CID
Yep.
only.
And we can put that asterisk in there. That's
I
not a
think
problem.
That would be-
These slides are not in the book. Before, when they go online, we can obviously make those changes, and we've got notes we're taking, and we can do just that.
There are members in our community that are
Absolutely.
very concerned, and they
Yeah.
would have more than raised eyebrows if they heard that statement.
Right. And just for people to understand, CID is a community improvement district, and that's a separate sales tax on top of what was already levied. That separate sales tax gets collected and then used for those projects. And that's what's happening here. The $30 million for 76 highways for 76 ECID, entertainment CID. And that sales tax gets collected, and then it gets used exclusively for that big project out there. It is a big impact. The city does own the project, a lot of input from the CID board as well. Look at sewer and water, and they kind of close out the rest of the projects. There's a number of little bitty ones up there at the top. But the bulk of them is going to be above and below ground infrastructure, as you'd expect. By funding source, this is a sister slide to what I just showed you on that light green quadrant. That's the CID. 30 million of it's coming to CID entertainment. This is where the sources are coming from, each one of these sources. At the start, I talked about capital funds. The tourism trust fund is taking care of $14.8 million in projects. And then you look at transportation fund is 33.6 million. Water sewer's got 2.1 million as well.
So for clarity, as far as the city goes and as far as the tax dollars go,
Right.
we're committed to $22 million in projects.
Correct.
The city is committed to
Correct.
22 million.
Right. For general revenues. Everything else is specifically funded. That's exactly right. We put the top 5 projects in here that are here. And I'm not going to go through each one of these, but it just to kind of give you a flavor of what's going on. The 30 million's up there. Some of the other new projects that are in here, historic downtown, Hiawatha Heights, I was wrong by $1.2 million, just, a little bit, 4.2 million is the total is. Again, these are best estimates from the departments, right? They can change, obviously, as we move forward. As far as the rest of the projects, I just kind of wanted to show you the number. This is just the top 5. Just the sheer number on the rest of them are huge. Go ahead, Mayor.
I'm not sure we've put out word to the community on your number 2.
Yep.
There were 5 phases for improvements of downtown.
Right.
3 phases have been completed, and we've been sitting on phases 4 and 5 for a long time.
Correct.
So somebody needs to whisper to Steve Hartley and our DBBA,
That we've got money
are we
sitting there.
planning on, so this is planned for 2024.
This is a placeholder for 24. It's going to be up to Michael and the department to be able to put everything together.
So
This is
okay.
saying we've got an obligation, whether it's in reserve when they're ready or not. This is plugged in and it's funded.
Okay, so
yes.
it's not anticipated for 2024.
You'll have to ask Michael for that when he comes up.
I will ask you.
He'll give you more color on that one. The rest of these projects, you just, by the sheer number, again, this is all 24. Just by the sheer number of projects, you can see what's on here. There's obviously equipment in this as well. This doesn't include any rollover projects from 23. When I say rollover projects, those are projects that started in 23 that continue into 24. That's not including those. That number is going to go up. You'll see that in January when it comes back. It's going to be a fairly big number too, January, February. And there's 3 slides of these projects, I think. Okay, 4 slides of these projects. And these are in the back of your book as well. This is just 24. We've got 4 more years to look at on this thing. It's a 5-year forecast that we've got. The 5-year forecast, we'll go ahead and put it in the book as well so everybody sees it. Just for the sake of time, we just stuck 24 in here. Mayor, that's all I've got for that. I think the next up is the departments, right?
So we will, Ben, thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
And one thing we would like to do is we'd like to have this entire book on our website, including the backup data for anybody to be able to see. Chad, you good with that? Hill? Oh, it is already, including the backup data and the slides. Thank you very much. So Ben, appreciate it as always. Comfort level working with you is very, very high. We're now going to hear from our department directors who will provide an overview of their specific budgets and priorities. First, we're going to start off with Cindy.
Everybody hear that? High on base percentage. And thank you for letting me go first. I'm excited. I was told 5 minutes and 3 slides. So I'm going to do my best. Yeah, absolutely. So excited to kind of talk about 2023 accomplishments. So I want to lead off with that. When I started putting these slides together, I started thinking about how did we spend our year? And it was really 3 major things. If you think about how we started off 2023, it was a flood of our building, right? And so we spent months putting our building back together. We were closed for 3 months. So that's a couple of pictures that show that. $227,000 spent on that. So, and I'm happy to say we've got all that reimbursed and more, even our revenue. So we're excited to see that. And then the second major project we've been working on, Turf's Up, right? We're going to break ground really soon on that, I think next week. And that's something, talk about speed of business, more like breakneck speed, because we got that grant in April and we're breaking ground now and we're going to be open in March. So we're really excited about, that's a $3.3 million project. And we got that ARPA grant to the tune of $1.6 million. So really awesome accomplishment. And also the campground expansion, that's our third big thing. And so together those add up to more than $5 million. We're a year into that campground project. It's been a little bit of a struggle. We've had a lot of different government agencies to work with, but we're ready to break ground now. In fact, they've been staking it this week. So really excited about that. I also want to highlight grant funding. That's something that's been really big for our department. Obviously the ARPA grant is the big one, but we have applied for all those grants listed there. The ARPA, the DNR, we got a $10,000 grant for picnic tables and benches. So we're excited about that. The Skaggs Legacy, I was at the banquet or the ceremony today. And so we were awarded a $4,900 grant for our scholarships and several of those grants. So it takes a lot of time to apply for those. And we're really excited that we've had success. I would be remiss without talking about our building and park maintenance staff. They are hitting it out of the park, if I continue that analogy, or they've really done some great things to the campground. It seems like we're always pouring concrete constantly to improve that campground. We've done some things at our parks. We've striped some more pickleball courts, more and more pickleball courts. People love that. We've done a lot of facility improvements to the Recplex and the community center. We got some new HVAC in there, replaced 32-year-old units there. City Hall, if anybody noticed some differences at City Hall with the carpet and painting, that's our guys, right? They're doing that. They built the offices. Thank you. At the IT and HR department. So really proud of them. And then we've done nearly 500 work orders this year. So a lot of good things happening with that. 2024, right? So that's what we're here to talk about. I'm going to split it up into 2 areas. Really, the main thing is how are we going to improve the quality of life of our citizens? That's what it's all about. As Ben mentioned, a lot of our budget goes toward funding community recreation. That's our youth, that's our adults, that's our senior programs. So $808,000 of that budget is going to take care of all of those programs that we fund, our pool, our special events. Bonanza is tomorrow. We're expecting thousands of people tomorrow. So all those kind of fun events, adopter seniors coming up. Also, part of that budget is going to fund these needed improvements that you have to make, right, to maintain your facilities. And so we've continued to work on keeping up some older HVAC units. And then we're going to do the community center is 32 years old. And so we're going to replace that roof finally and do some new flooring with that. And also really excited about the equipment improvements. Our department is a little bit of the hand-me-down of vehicles. And so we're going to replace some trucks and we're going to get a new tractor. It was purchased by myself in 2005. It's seen its day. So, but the main thing I really want to talk about, it looks like my slide's a little messed up here, is the last one, the community asset replacement plan. That's what I'm most excited about. I work with Ben and Cherie to look at how do we continue to put money back in our playgrounds. Mayor, that's something that you talked about when you were elected. And so how do we have the money to do that and still take care of these other things that we need to take care of, right? So there's been some funding working with Colby and Ben on this to set aside to do that. And like that picture on the left, that's a new playground. Some of our playgrounds are pretty old. We're not just relying on the money I'm asking you for, right? Just the other night, I did a resolution to apply for another grant, the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. So we hope to continue to have some funding with that as well. The second part of the 2024 budget I want to talk about is tourism enhancement or sports tourism for sure. So you guys are investing in some facilities that have an opportunity for return on investment. So excited about that. And that's how those lines are going to match up there. So the Recplex turf, that is going to be an amazing thing. As I mentioned, we're starting to break ground on that very, very soon. And so if you looked at our tournaments, if some of you notice, we bring a lot of folks to town, right, for all of our tournaments. And so in 2023, we estimated a $25 million estimated direct visitor spending. And then we're in 2024, we've already added 11 tournaments to our roster. Those are baseball and softball tournaments because of the turf. We're going to be able to extend out our season into the shoulder seasons. So we're estimating an additional 2.5 million. Ben was kind of hitting that a few minutes ago. Campground expansion, we're excited about that. So when we get those 31 sites on board fully, we're expecting gross revenue of $784,000 when that's finally, not going to give you a date, Mayor, but it's going to happen. And then last, I haven't had talked a lot about this trail master plan. So the I've been working with the CVB group, a trail group that is going to come and do a study session in a couple, I think it's in November, and talk about trails. So a lot of people that can create a return on investment too. If you've been down to Northwest Arkansas and seen their bike trails, that's a huge thing. It's no different than the turf or campground or anything else. So we're going to be able to fund as part of this budget a master plan for the 162 acres that we acquired back in 2021 and add some hiking and biking trails behind the Recplex. So that kind of is a summary. I'm not sure if that's 5 minutes and what we're doing in 2024. And then I've just ended with, I think I was the only one who put this in their presentation. Branson is the official vacation destination of the Kansas City Chiefs, Lisa Rao. So
Would you go back one slide?
yes, sir.
So here again, just to provide some color, and one thing that's unique about your department is it's easy to see you're spending money on this, you're spending money on that. Bless your heart for getting the grant you're getting, because that really helps.
Thank you.
But the city is also investing a lot of money in these.
For sure.
But there's that little mark where it says additional 2.5 million projected for 24. So Ben, what that means, correct, I'm making this a statement, it should be a question, is direct visitor spending. So the 2.5 million is projected on the additional visitors that Cindy's bringing in. The 2.5 million will be spent on lodging, retail, restaurants, theaters, attractions. So that's an extra 2.5 million going into our local businesses.
Right.
Because the city spent this money on
That's
these
correct.
parks, right?
Yeah, I mean, essentially what Cindy can do is give us the total visitors. Then we can take the chamber math or the CVB math and start figuring out what
Yeah.
our tourism sales and sales tax are. That's exactly what's going to go into that chart.
I just wanted to point that out
Yep.
because unless you really see the big picture of the economic impact that you bring to this community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it would be too easy to say, damn, Cindy's spending money again. So Cindy, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions or? I want to pass on
Anybody
to
else?
whoever's next.
Next, we're going to hear from Michael from Public Works and Engineering. Oh, yeah.
How are we gonna spend the money? Well, thank you. You're good. So a little bit different of a atmosphere. My goal today is to spend the next 5 minutes not only giving the finance committee, as you've
Mike, is your
never.
button pushed?
Yep, it's pushed, but I don't want to be too
Okay.
crazy. I know I'm loud to begin with. All my directors are like, where's Monday morning, Michael? Where's he at? So my goal is to spend the next 5 minutes not only giving the board and the mayor an update, but also the finance committee. I haven't spent any time with the finance committee. I sit in back, and I'm sure you're wondering how we're spending the money and where we're at. We're going to answer a lot of those goals. I also want to show you our budget approach to achieving greatness with continued positive culture change and measurable results. Heard that before, didn't you? Our objectives, you're going to see some coins that are up top. These coins will reflect in the next slides as we go on. Smart investment and our biggest asset are people. If you don't start with the people, you won't have a great organization. And we've worked very, very hard over the last few months to realign our organization. Applying the right treatment at the right time to our roadways, protecting our citizens and visitors. If you haven't heard this message before, please listen, because I'm sending that message every single day. Getting the best value for our capital projects. That's why you hire me, is to sit here and make sure that I take an active role in making sure you're getting the most value out of all your projects that you go through. A bigger, bolder 5-year plan, on time and on budget. That has never been a message here from my knowledge, but it is my message, and it is my commitment over the next 5 years. Challenge to treat the budget as if it was your household budget. You've heard this from me time and time again. You will hear it from my staff. My staff roll their eyes when I say, is that how you would spend your money? Try again. So street lights to mill and fill, to surface treatments to seal coats. Hard look at moving forward, capital expenditures, replacement, inventory planning, inventory management. Those are questions that I ask every single day. Accomplishments. If I don't take a moment to brag on all the work that we have done over the last few months, I'd be remiss to my staff. Everybody works very, very hard. Most of my staff work well over 40 hours a week. Whenever I ask, they jump, and I'm appreciative of that. Department saved over $300,000 that put us in a position to purchase a paint striper with your approval. That is in force going to help our city provide better, safer streets faster. We'll still deliver to you at the end of the year in small assets, $100,000 of savings. We returned money on the city budget overlay, if you remember, as I picked up from my predecessor. ARPA grant research and application. We're always looking for new sources of money funding for our department. Police building auction. What a fun time was that. Never in a million years would I say I go back to school to be an engineer and then sell everything. And sometimes I kid. I would sell my kids at that thing. So 2022 mill and overlay construction management was completed. While you all slept over a weekend, I demoed a DBA building with in-house staff. It disappeared overnight. Bid and purchases of asphalt paver, tack oil, trailers, and paint striper we've highlighted. 2 major storm events. We executed when the city was in need. Many, many people saw the destruction in their neighborhoods. Actually, one of the theaters lost their entire roof. Infrastructure had some issues, and we definitely sat down and took a hard look at what does it take to make sure that you execute properly. Smart grant research and application. SS4 grant research. We have applied for more grants in the last 7 months than you guys have in 3 years. Shepherd of the Hills crosswalk upgrade. We're in the middle of that. Caudell and Celtic hydrology report. For 5 years, you've promised Caudell and Celtic that you would build bridges for them. We are delivering, and I promise you that The plans are on my desk and getting ready for bid. Pat Nash, right-of-way negotiations, TAP grant research, police building demolition package. I updated the board just recently on our work in that. Traffic signal upgrade. We made the commitment to MyoVision for 5 years. We made the commitment that the state leaders from MoDOT are looking at us saying, how are you making these commitments? Why is Greene County calling? Why are you guys doing this? Why are you asking for $1.6 million in grants? We are going to continue to be the leaders in traffic maintenance. Public Works and Engineering Department restructure. We took a hard, deep dive. We reset operations, management, structure, improvements to culture, and policies for snow that you will see implemented over this winter.
Michael, before you move on, I
Oh,
don't know if it was consciously or subconsciously, you missed the wayside, the railroad horns.
sure. Wayside Railroad horns. Still speaking about those today. So we actually talked about them. You've prompted me. So yes, we listened to them as I was late to the meeting. So there we go. I love it. This is an overview and a deep look of our staff. The goal that was to retain high quality candidates. And so you see a complete restructure of our department. I did ask for 3 positions that are there: a sign shop technician, you'll see in yellow in the corner, a fleet manager, which was the singing that started with me with our old fleet. So I think we can do better with our leasing. The car market was hard, and I think we can do something a little bit different. We're going to give it a try with Ben's support, and I appreciate that, Cody's support. The thing that affected me probably the most is when I went down to the shop and we had 5 guys taking care of your roads down there, a total of 5. And one of them looked at me and he said, "Hey, I appreciate you're the new guy. What's in it for me?" I was like, "Well, I provide a job every day." And he said, "No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. What's in it for me? Where's my career path?" So we sat down and took a deep, hard look at that corner that you see down there. And I made the opportunity to start with HR's help. And I would be remiss not to say how much HR listened to me and actually took on what we wanted to do. We made a trainee position. So if you're graduating from high school, you can start at the very bottom and come in. Then you can become a maintenance worker. Then within time, with qualifications and improvements in process, you can become intermediate. Then you can become a senior. That is true progress in an organization that makes people want to come back day after day. Yeah, once you survive all those levels and you have the general knowledge, you can apply for a lead or equipment operator, and ultimately you have the opportunity to become the street supervisor. That is true succession in a business. Street maintenance division. Our budget is $5.4 million. Applying the right treatment at the right time to our roadways, protecting our citizens and visitors. These are just a few of the many things that we take care of during the year. And we thank you for your support in our budget and making sure that we have enough money to accomplish these things. Some that come to mind is spring and fall cleanup, irrigation maintenance, Christmas setup. We make the city sparkle. We've been working very hard for the last month, along with Cindy's crews, making this place as great as it can be. Special events, traffic control, traffic signal maintenance and repairs, utility line patches after the water goes through, storm line, drain maintenance and repair, sidewalk repair, et cetera, et cetera. Capital project management, getting the best value for capital projects. Highway 76 Boulevard. Definitely a moment to take a step back. We took a moment and we reset the relationships. We looked and got a new budget. We were operating without a total budget. We did a new timeline update. And with the help of Kathy, Alex, and the mayor, we captured the funds owed to the city roughly in the $6 million range. Our level of involvement on other capital projects. Like I highlighted earlier in the presentation, to save money through proper management of consultants, architects, and engineers. You will hear that I fight with architects and engineers. I fight for your money every single day. Work to create better services, goods, and aligning our needs with planned growth. Always working to be on time and on budget. I wanted to highlight, and I'm not going to take away the thunder of the new police station. So this is the first time the general public will see the first picture. Fire Station 4, what an experience that has been to not only have these three all running at the same time. Am I getting the evil eye for 5 minutes? Am I good? Because I'll go really quick. I just want to make sure I don't get in trouble. So. Collaborate capital structure dollars, $70 million. So this continues that discussion from the first page. Fire Station 4, police station, RV park, campground. That's what you see. We did in-house plans. The Public Works Department is a small piece to Cindy's talented staff. I love their enthusiasm every day. I'm like, wow, did you guys just pull that off? I mean, they're better than contractors. I love it. So definitely fun. And yes, we've been out there staking, and Cindy's involvement that's in there. You know, we're pushing the edges too. We're pushing the edges with new technicians that you would be funding that are in here that can do turning movements. I mean, how many people sit around and think about what it takes to put an RV into a little cement campground? Well, we did that digitally, and that's what that little picture is there. I would have loved to run it digitally, but hey, that's what makes me happy. So Compton Wall Waste Treatment Plant, we provide oversight and help the Kendall's group with project managers that are inspecting and making sure that they're following the rules, and help them through all those. We're also helping with various lift stations, neighborhood water improvements, and subdivision design and construction. And then, of course, we're on moving to Fire Station 2 repair and remodel. Ongoing projects. So this is the capital committee, what you're interested in, what we're doing. Branson Landing Boulevard, Veterans Boulevard Bridge railing, ongoing, just got released. Concrete repair, 2023 sidewalks and ramps. We're making smart investments in our community and smart decisions with our contracts, making sure that other departments can hop on to us. We're more than happy to take the larger contract and add something for Cindy's group, or add Fire Station 3 driveway repair. City Hall elevator, enough said. Community Center Drive extension is Cindy's that I highlighted there. Technical specifications, design, and criteria update. That does not cost any money. That doesn't cost budget money, but it costs staff time. For 7 years, they've tried to redo it. It is from the 90s. Think about that. Some of the drawings are hand drawings. David Miller did an excellent job, a great asset to the community. Keith did a great job carrying that torch forward. I'm carrying the torch forward with Matt, or Hillary's husband, to make sure that we're updated to today's standards. Right-of-way easement negotiation for 76 Boulevard. That's ongoing right now. 66 property owners in there that we're working on. Compton fuel tanks and fuel islands. Smart use of the money. Originally, it was proposed to move the fuel islands out to Fire Station 4. Did it make sense? We created a gas overlook that is basically a dashboard that the directors get to see how much money they're spending quarterly. And then we figured out where is our fleet moving to, and we're going to redesign out at Fire Station 4 and prolong that process. Elevate Branson should be highlighted. CDBG grant infrastructure. We run that project on the side. The infrastructure of funds from the federal government and state government, we make sure that that gets done. Those plans are completed, and we're awaiting awards for that. Cliff Drive Stormwater RFP. So the proposal we highlighted a little bit earlier, Q4, and here we are in Q4. I highlight the transportation master plan in yellow. That is something that's important, is to have a roadmap going forward and making sure that you follow that roadmap. There is no purpose of paying for a roadmap if you're not going to use the roadmap. I'm excited for Q4. I'm excited for the last 7 months that I got to sit and take back and drive our streets and take a look and become more and more accustomed to this city that I love. Highway 165 and 76 intersection improvements is Q1 of 2024. Negotiations were with MoDOT earlier this week. We're sitting on a $876,000 piece of money that will help fund this. Well negotiated with them, and they are hustling to move their money to us, and I'm excited about that. Celtic and Caudell Design and Construction, Q1.
Michael, you skipped over one of my questions, the historic downtown streetscape.
Absolutely. So historic downtown streetscape.
Is that on purpose?
It's exciting. That's what it is. So as the aldermen know, I moved that for ease for me more than anything. And I want to be honest about that. You allocated some money to make sure that we could get it underway, releasing it on Q4, making sure we pick the right firm. I don't want to do it an injustice. I want to make sure that we get the right firm on and we do the right design. To me, it was very important to make priorities. 76 was my priority. $32.5 million to make sure we're protected, even though that money comes in from something else, was a priority. So one project at a time, drinking from that fire hose, as I will kid Ted over there very gently. So you will expect to see that come out for the architects and engineers to bid on for their qualifications, and then the money that's in there is around $5 million.
Michael, I am so impressed with all the things that you have on your plate. I mean, all the things. And to be able to plug in the continuation of our downtown project, I just take my hat off to you. Thank you very, very much.
I appreciate that. And you will hear from the downtown betterment group that's down there. I showed up to the meetings and they're like, and who are you? And I'm like, I'm here to listen to you. I know Cody heard that, and I want to connect correctly. And I wanted to make sure you will see downtown sparkle very, very soon.
Well, and just a brief moment, but Cody and Chuck being involved with their ward down there, making this happen, you got to take your hats off to them also.
I added this one in. Alex and Kathy haven't seen it. Getting the best value for capital projects. These is the proposed equipment. I went to my guys and I said, let's do a list of what you want. And then I want to know why. So as we look there, we see a boom. The boom truck is an interesting one. One of my first weeks here, I said, go fix that light. It is out. It bothers me. Oh, we can only go 30 feet. Huh? Only 30 feet. That's all we go. And I'm like, So how does that work out? And luckily to Chad's group and GIS, we have spent the last months making sure we have all the data of who controls what street light, when and where. As you drive out of here this evening, you're going to see a whole bunch of street lights that this morning Ben and I we'll just say there's a lot of markings of stuff that they need to get fixed. And the application that Chad's group has done is outstanding to create a way that our citizens can take a look and report a light or see if the light's been reported. And then we're going to hold our partners accountable for making sure those lights are done. But we also need to do our part and be able to take care of the stuff we are. So that's one of them. A VAC takes care of all types of things. Storm water management is part of public works. Right now we're popping the top of it, begging Kendall's group to come over when they're very, very busy with their huge truck and suck out all the dirt and debris. 76 hadn't been done in roughly 2.5 years. And that's not acceptable to your storm water. And that's a safety thing. A mini X versus something big. And then the little funny red truck that's there. I asked the question, I said, how do you patch the roadways when you patch? Well, we put it in the back of the truck, we pick up 2 tons and then we put it down, and whatever is left, we take out and we dump it at Kendall's land. So we have a little dump site out there. That's not efficient. That's not smart. Keeping the temperatures are better patches. So that's something that we proposed there. MS4, boom truck, investing in the tools for our groups to take care of it. I appreciate all the time that you've taken to overlook the money that we spend and try to make sure we deliver the best product. I wanted to highlight, as I had before, that some of these capital projects that you see in there, you'll see called out low water crossing design and construction for $40,000. I'd like to highlight some of the stuff that Ben had said earlier. I wish I could spend all the money as quickly as you all can write with the pen. I really, really do. But $360,000 has been allocated for that. It's not $40,000 for a bridge, just in case somebody online is looking. So $400,000. Celtic Bridge replacement, $165,000 we're rolling forward. Transportation Master Plan, $300,000 we're moving forward. $700,000 for Highway 165 and 76, and there's an ask for money. But you have to remember that my MoDOT partners and my former home, I have set the level playing field with them this week, and this is shock to Kathy and Alex. So that was this morning or 2 days ago with Cheryl's help. I'm very proud of Cheryl and my staff and the amount of stuff they put in. I hope that you bless this budget. I hope that you trust us to make sure that dollars are spent wisely for everybody's taxpayers, as I am a taxpayer, just as you are. Thank you for your time.
Wow. Who's going to follow that? Oh, Kendall. Kendall gets to follow.
Mayor, Kendall, hold on. The dinner is ready for us now, so maybe now would be a good time for the dinner break. If that's all right with you?
You bet. We're taking a break. And we're up for Kendall Powell. Kendall, what say ye?
Good evening.
In
So I've
five-
been given strict instructions to stick to 5 minutes here. So I'm going to move faster than the speed of Michael. So
Hillary, do you have that?
I stopped my clock because you guys were giving Michael's accolades. All right, let's take this off. All right, so common theme tonight is obviously to talk about our 2023 accomplishments. And I'm trying to get this to work, and Chad guaranteed me it'd work. There we go. All right, so I want to highlight one of our number one accomplishments for 2023, and that was an investment into our personnel. This effort, we made a significant impact with our salary adjustments for the utilities department. It was a much needed morale boost in the department itself. It also, the salary adjustments, but also the structure that we created, it created a path which staff could grow within their divisions. So that was highly important to our department. It also strengthened and strengthened our department by the retention and the recruitment efforts as well. I want to highlight that this is was only made possible with the overwhelming support of our city administrator, our board of aldermen, our mayor, our customers, our HR department, our finance department, Ben and Colby. They helped me with the spreadsheet, provided me the tools, and the support of my staff. So I have to throw a big emphasis on the investment in our personnel. We've also been focused on knowledge management and succession planning. I have some senior level staff that is due for retirements here next year. And so we've been preparing for that. That's been a long-term item on our radar. And we also been focusing on standard operating procedures of the department and also data retention, which all falls into the implementation of the new Tyler platform, which we're gearing up for next year. Also, I want to highlight that we continue to promote a positive, cohesive team, not just within the department, but with citywide departments. We couldn't do it without, our utilities department couldn't do it without everyone that's sitting behind us right here, because that's what helped us keep us running. So our community outreach is also another big accomplishment. I'm very excited that our staff likes to reach out to the community. I've got Ben Cantwell, our lead wastewater operator, on the left there. Ben's, if you knew Ben, he doesn't. He's never done a presentation before, but he'd actually done a presentation to H2O Ozarks, which is a environmental group here locally, and he took on the effort of working with staff to create a PowerPoint and giving a presentation to several people on our system, and he done a fabulous job with that. First time for him, and kudos to that. Our wastewater staff does tours of school-age children to try to promote future interest in water sewer areas as well. And then we also help try to participate in the community fairs, career fairs as much as possible. So I want to highlight our 2023 operational. So we had continued great success in producing our high quality drinking water and wastewater effluent. Oops, pardon me. Yeah, switching up. There we go. We have moved a positive direction in our wastewater collection system as we are gaining in staff in this area, which has allowed us to focus in on proactive maintenance. So that's a big part to also our salary adjustments as well. We've had we've improved our response times on water service interruptions, as we have also gained staff in the water distribution area. We continue to have great success in our water quality reports, both on water and wastewater systems with DNR. And we also, our emergency preparedness plans were executed flawlessly during storm events. During those last 2 storm events we've had. And our kudos to our utilities admin staff who worked diligently to support each division with the mass amounts of administrative tasks that takes to run the utilities department, everything from budget tracking to purchasing to bids and contracts. We moved mountains this year. Sorry, back up. Also, one thing I want to highlight on the operational side of things is our fire hydrant inspections. With the ability to, with our staff, we've had for the first time since the regulatory requirement was established in 2020, we've been able to inspect every one of our fire hydrants, which is a life and safety issue for the city. So we, our staff has went and physically turned each fire hydrant in roughly a little over 900 fire hydrants that we own and operate. So that was a huge accomplishment, and that was the first time for this year. The capital replacements, we had many capital replacement items. Our water system items, we had roughly 9 items on the water system side, totaling out to $1 million. And the sewer system equipment replacements, we had approximately 20 of those, totaling out to 1.1 million. We had many projects. I included pictures of specific projects such as our tank truck replacements. I wanted to highlight this. We purchased those trucks in 2022. Our staff came to me and said, "Hey, we can save the old tanks and transfer them over to the new chassis." We saved ourselves $100,000 by doing that. This is staff that do this all the time. They take components, refurbish them, and put them back in service and extend their life cycles. We also had 2 water tower replacements or refurbishments, meter changeouts. We've started our Compton Drive floodwater protection project, which has been a long-term project in the works. So that's well underway. Also, many people don't realize that we operate and maintain the Tri-Lakes Biosolids facility, which is a joint utility commission that we are memberships to. So we're contracted for operations and maintenance. I had to highlight the auger replacement. So this was $1 million in materials that we changed out in that dryer facility. And we've estimated approximately $400,000 savings in labor by our staff performing this project. So not only saves Branson, but also saves the area communities such as Hollister, Reed Springs, Sparta, Kimberly City, those member cities that participate in this project here. So for 2024, we've got some improvements on our minds. We're going to try to improve our response times for water system repairs. Also, the sanitary sewer system with additional staff will hopefully be able to improve on proactive maintenance and flushing of those lines and preventing sanitary sewer overflows as well. 2024 operational. Our staff will continue to take care of our assets the best we can with constant evaluation and repairs of existing components. We have many items that we monitor and take care of on a daily basis. And then for 2024 capital equipment replacements, we have $900,000 scheduled for water system equipment replacements. That's 10 items on that list. And we have for our sewer side, 15 items at 1.1 million. We try to keep those, you'll notice from 2023 to 2024, those are similar numbers. We try to keep that balanced out from year to year to help keep our rates as smooth as possible. And so we don't have huge spikes in operational expenses or capital expenses. We also have, I failed to mention for 2023, we've also started design on our Hiawatha Heights water system improvements. We worked with Michael's group on the design of the 76 water system improvements as well. We've began our lift station 46 upgrades project as well. And then for 2024, operational, I need to mention that we have to build a lead and copper service line inventory of all the service lines within the city limits of Branson on our system. So that's a regulatory item that we have to have reported by October of next year. So we are focusing our efforts on that as well. We did not ask for additional staff for next year. Right now we're still trying to build our staff up to our total requested or total budgeted so far. We currently have 7 vacancies. The 2024 capital, we have construction of Hiawatha Heights will begin next year. Hopefully construction of 76 water system improvements as Michael works to finish up those plans. And then construction of our lift stations force main, or lift station 17 force main relocation and upgrade. So this is a project that's been on the list since 2019 that we're asking funding for this year out of tourism. We also have design system improvements for water system improvements for Iserman, Parnell, and Lakewood Estates. So that'd be the next subdivision that we're aiming to replace the water system in. And then we'll continue on with our water and wastewater master planning, which also is going to begin this year, and it'll carry over to next year. So with that, I'll close. I know I ran over my 5 minutes. I apologize. But we do have a lot going on, and we appreciate your support with rates as we do our best to try to smooth those out as much as possible. We don't have abundance of excess cash coming in. We focus on what's needed at the time, and we look at that 5-year outlook to try to smooth that out as much as possible. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kendall. Any questions for Kendall? Nope. Kendall, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Mark with P&Z.
I thought you all were clapping because you said Mark was coming up next. And then I was going to say 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. I really appreciate the opportunity to address these two bodies today. It really is a pleasure to be able to do that because it really forced me and our staff opportunity to think back on what we were able to do in 2023, start thinking of how we get to 2024 and how we can continue to improve on our processes. And one thing that I do want to stress is, it's really a pleasure to be able to follow up the 3 people that went right before me. There's obviously including even Ben and Kathy before me and the other directors. But if Cindy was able to hit lead off, that means I'm hitting 4th. So I'm going to try and do some cleanup here. So, but it's really important. I just to paint a little bit of a picture here because it's really important to understand that we have so much going on, and what you see before you is really what makes the cog of the wheels go. And that's our planning team. It is truly, and I think that you've heard that message over and over again, that we're really investing in supporting the staff that we have. And truly the team that you see in the photo is what makes us be successful. And if we don't support them, we're not going to be successful. But it's really important that each one of our staff members buys into the fact that we all are trying to be salesmen in the sense that we're trying to sell the city on being the best place it possibly can be, not only to be for the people that live in the city, but the many, many visitors that visit the city, and even the people and investors that are investing within the city. And we truly want to invest and support those efforts. So with that said, truly 5 minutes is not nearly enough time to speak about all the things that are going on. And I really certainly would encourage any one of you to speak to us and speak to any of the things I'm going to mention very, very briefly today, but there's so much behind the scenes that's going on. But truly, there is so much going on. So sorry, let me grab the pointer. Sorry. So anytime we look at planning, certainly what we want to do is get a picture and a roadmap for the future, truly plan for the future. So how do we do that? We have to have that roadmap, and that is trying to first start on what is our mission? What are we ultimately trying to get to, and what is our vision? So this is something that our staff, and it was really important to me to allow our staff to provide input on this, but we want to be able to provide planning and permitting services to the residents, visitors, and business owners of Branson through safe building development standards and codes to be the premier location for development within Southwest Missouri. And I want to pause there for a moment. It's really important that we all buy into that. This is truly a unique and special place. In fact, if you go read the community plan for the Branson, in the executive summary, I think in the second paragraph, it says Branson is a special place. And I truly do believe that, particularly from moving into this community and being so well embraced and seeing we have going on. But when we look at the vision going forward, we certainly want to have safe, high quality development while preserving the region's natural beauty to build the city of Branson to be that special place by providing excellent customer service. And it's that customer service allows us to do all the things that are on this particular list. And I might add that, you could particularly break all of these things on this list that we were able to do in 2023 into two major categories. Those categories really involve with how we clean up the house, how we make ourselves more efficient and clean the things up inside. For example, is like policies and procedures. How do we fix the processes we do so we be more efficient? But then on externally, how do we make it more efficient to be able to work through these policies and procedures and the codes and the things that we have in order to make development to be truly the special place that Branson is and make it even better than it ever has been. So I'm not going to read this list to you. You certainly can take a look at it, but there's so many things that we're doing behind the scenes to make this happen. We really want to be able to build off of that. When I took the helm in March, we had two divisions. We had planning division and building division. Now we have many other divisions. We have stormwater, we have building safety. We also have rebranded administration and customer service division to truly focus on customer service oriented staff and procedures. And anytime, we want to take a look at not only telling the story anecdotally, we want to back that up with substance. So certainly we can take a look at the data. And if you really take a look back at the past several years of what we have going on within the city, you can see year to date, which is the fourth column as to where we're at. We're fairly well on par, especially with building permits to date, as well as commercial building permits issued to date, is what we see in the entirety of last year. Also including that, not only commercial, but also residential permits. Very similarly, also the building permits. Take this in just a quick perspective. For these 3.75 years, we had $1/3 billion of businesses investing into our community. $1/3 billion. That's a lot of investment into our city. And we really need to take that seriously. And we really want to truly take what the mayor says all the time. We want to move at the speed of business. So when we look at how the speed at which we review permits and plans, it goes anywhere from a high of 39 days to now where we're sitting at 24 days. We already have that. So we want to even get even faster than that as we go forward, because truly time is money to developers. So we can take a look. We certainly can break it down any number of different ways, but really it's really important to think through, when is the best time to start taking a look at this. One example of the data we can break down is forced permits to be closed. You have a lot of people that get permits, but they don't close them out. That could be for a variety of different reasons. But in 2023 alone, we've halved the amount of forced permits to be closed. That means more and more people are following through, which to me, that means that the customer service driven attitude we have by our staff is really meaning something, because our staff is able to help support people get to the end game of where they want to have their businesses open and be able to produce and make Branson the best place it can be. So then you certainly take a look at the budget, and we took a zero-based budget approach to contractual services commodities, the main meat of the budget, and try to not expand upon what we had from 2022. Certainly there is personal services that had expanded, but that's really where the investment in the planning and development department is, and that is in our staff. And you've heard that both from Michael and Kendall's. And certainly I think Cindy would say that too, if she didn't specifically say that. But you take a look at the different people that are, the different positions within our department. And certainly every single person on this list, and the two people that are in this room today right now, Amanda to my immediate left, as well as Anisha in the back, who is our new, Amanda being our very brand new assistant director, and Anisha in the back, who is our customer service specialist. And these are the two people that are going to make our department not only continue to be better at what it is, but expand and be able to provide expanded services. But if you look at where we're at, starting in 2023, we had 10 positions budgeted. You look at that on the surface, you're saying now we're looking at 14 by the end of the year, and then even projected for 15 that year, next year. That's where the meat of the expansion of the budget would be, but that's truly to provide additional services. But you break it down even further. Code enforcement, for example, we actually added as building safety division, where those were technically already positions within the city. Same thing with stormwater, where that had temporarily moved over to engineering. Now we're moving that back into planning, which proves all the more reason why it's really great to have an assistant director to help move these things forward. But then that moves us into where we want to go going forward. And again, it's continued to be focused on what we hear for feedback. So what you're seeing a lot of the time is the second bullet under the first line, which is navigating city requirements. We truly not only want to make sure that people understand what our processes are, but make sure people get to the end game. We want to make sure they get their businesses open and they can be moving forward as fast as they possibly can. But in order to get there, we truly want to get feedback. So for example, most recently, we had a roundtable discussion as to what is the kind of developer feedback we need to make it even better. And we're going to continue to do that over and over and over again. One thing we're looking at doing is updating our community or our comprehensive plan. So we want to do continued outreach into the public to see how we can improve our processes even more. But one thing that's important is you start to break down who truly is using our services. And you can break that down into three major phases of any particular construction project. You have pre-planning, for example. So we have a process for that. We now are instituting, we want to do for the new year, a pre-plan meeting opportunity for people to come in, take a look at what our rules and our code is requiring to be able to most efficiently move through the process, to be able to really truly speak to the landowners and developers that are coming to this city. Second piece being the design phase. We want to be able to have opportunities for key people within our city. We have had historically the open for business process that allows people to come in, get in front of all key city staff to make sure that we can make sure they work through our different processes and get the key information they need so that when they take it to their design engineer or architect, they can get to where they need to be as effectively as they possibly can, which even builds into some of the things that Cindy had brought up with regards to the office facelift. We truly did design our office to even support those people that want to come in. Sometimes you're seeing a lot of people are investing millions and millions of dollars, as you saw over 3 3/4 of a year. $1/3 billion is getting invested into this community. When those people come into our office, we want them to know that this is where they want to spend their money. This is where they want to be. So having a nice coffee station, a great place to walk in and sit down and really feel welcome when they come in and improve our process where they sit down for these open for business meetings, they can do that. Which leads us to our final thing, and that is, for example, the ability to look at pre-construction conferences. It's something we hadn't done in the past. Kendall had met with people in the field. We needed to continue to be able to meet with people where they're at. So this is an opportunity to get our brand new project managers to just meet with people in the field, get them the staff that or the support they need so they know where they're going, and meet with the contractors in the field so they understand what the expectations from the city are, so there isn't any lack of communication. So ultimately, it's all centered around customer service, but we couldn't do anything without the key staff that we have. And when I say this, I truly mean it. Coming from Pennsylvania and to Missouri and specifically to Branson, I was asked, for example, at a chamber event, why did you come here? There's so many things going for this particular location, but now that I've been here for, over half of a year, I really see that not only do we have the elected officials and the other key people who are here making this place what it can be, I really have never seen an elected board that is so committed to being involved. And I really appreciate working there. An administration that continues to support us every step of the way. Directors, that's truly a joy that can push us to be even better than we ever have been. And have staff that continue to support us behind the scenes to make us do what we want to do and truly make this the premier location for people to live, work, and play. So thank you.
Hold on, Mark. Clay. Hold on, Clay.
Just real quick, Mark, about 3 slides in, I think it was, where you had the projected, you had 20 through 20, yeah, right there. So on the total planning applications processed, the year to date there, where is that? How is that percentage? Where does that fall in line with like last year was 287? Where do you think that's going to be?
So planning applications actually, as you can see, percentage wise has dropped off, but that's literally the only category that isn't consistent with where we were at last year. So, this is only 3/4 of the year. This is through the end of September. So 3/4 of the year is where you're seeing these numbers. We expect to potentially get to the similar amount of numbers by the end of the year. But then we obviously are projecting those numbers to what we're thinking we might get into 2024. So we might get to 250, for example. We might get to 1,000.
So that is your projected goal, that right there, the 250? Is that your
Yes.
ballpark?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, quick comment, buddy. So for probably 2-3 years, I've been hearing about the update on the community plan. So let's see that sooner than later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, buddy.
Anybody have any questions? Mark, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Next up is our police chief.
While he's getting going, I'm going to do a little different due to the time constraints, which look to be very difficult. Ben already covered the budget piece of it as far as what the police department and everything, and you'll get the deep dive in the book. Basically, what I took from that is we were much better off than the fire department. So we're going to move forward.
Be careful. Be careful. Fire follows you.
I know. I do that on a reason. I do love them and they know it. All right. So looking at the police department, we had fairly unique situation coming into the beginning of the year. It really started in 21. Our big goal coming out of 22 was to stop the bleeding. It was that simple. You guys heard it. You reacted. You gave us stuff. And now it was time to put up or shut up. And so we did. In 2023, we fixed the morale. Let's see here. So that top picture says a lot. One of the ways we fixed the morale, we had to improve the staffing, but we couldn't just improve the staffing without the troops selling the place. You see in that top picture, a different patrol car, a cowboy hat, a beard, and it's hard to see in that, but a load-bearing vests on those officers. They've been asking for it. They'd been wanting it. They had lost their identity and they got it back. Everything in that picture was selected by them, not me. The rule I gave, the car had to have a reflective stripe all the way down and the uniforms had to be dark blue. Everything else you see was selected by the cops. So that we allowed them to get the identity back and started moving forward. You saw all of that. And what does that do for us? It allows us to go to work happy. Happy cops treat people a whole lot better than unhappy cops. And so you see that in those examples of the community connection. We started improving our training. Kathy came to me and said, what do we need to do to make it work? We got an extra $40,000 to make our training work because we'd been skimping for the last 5 years. Now we have a SWAT team that's actually trained. And so we're looking, as you heard the other night, we're looking at going to advanced training now. We're bringing in the experts and the pros to Branson just for our team. So here's our results. You see the new graduates there, all proudly wearing their cowboy hats. You see the outstanding employees. We won awards that are internationally recognized this year. We've always had the people. We just needed to let them do their jobs. Flock cameras, you saw that, and you saw the technology. That's our new drone that is amazing, and we hope to make that available to all the departments. We're trying to save money all the way around. We got some grant funding, and we were able to get something that truly is the envy of the region. So for our future challenges, 2024, what does that money look like? In talking with Colby, we're looking at about 1.5 million more than we were budgeted for in 2023. But what I found out is that was because 2023 had Contra. They didn't plan on us hiring all the cops that we did. And so they had to come back and readjust that. When they factored all that in, I was told 40,000 less for 2024 than we were for 2023. We're hoping to reduce the overtime because we have cops to actually fill the shifts. It's not all wine and roses. We do have to work very hard on dispatch We did lose there and because of retirements and attrition, and HR is stepping up to help us with that. So what are you going to get in 24 for the money? We're switching our firearms over to a 9mm platform. It's going to give us better quality shooting, cheaper bullets, better training. That combined with the Thorpe Creek range that we're going to, more trigger time, which we found out was very important this year. We want our guys and girls to know how to shoot. 10-hour shifts. We're going to get to go to hands-on training because of those 10-hour shifts. We have enough cops there. We've improved our spots, about 16 total in patrol since this time last year. We went from 2 or 3 officers and a sergeant to now talking 5 or 6 per shift and overlaps. So that allows us to put those 10-hour shifts in and get the hands-on where we're not just doing computer-based. I want the hands-on, the perishable skills, the things that are going to get us or somebody hurt. We need to be able to do it well. And that includes de-escalation, everything along those lines. There's a whole new philosophy coming on training that we're going to have this coming year. You're going to see a new CAD RMS platform that's going to greatly reduce the amount of time spent on our officers' reports and actually give us the ability to do analytics for crime analysis. We'll be able to actually truly give you numbers that mean something. We're not guessing. We're going to be more flock. We already got the grant to add 8 more cameras. We've teamed with the parks to add 5 more around the parks as well. So we're going to have 21 cameras citywide. It's going to just help expand our network and allow those extra officers out there to find those bad guys much easier. You will see the staffing continue to increase. We did get approval to go ahead and add 4 more officers that were not filled yet, primarily because we didn't have the trainers to train everybody once you saw those 8 graduate there. And so now we're going out to them. So we filled the patrol. Now we want to fill the supervisor ranks and take some of the workload off of them. And then a biggie for us, we need to keep going. We need to actually keep pace with the fire department here is HR and finance has worked with us to achieve a 10-step plan for our officers to be able to max out in 10 years. That puts us with industry standards and puts us competitive. I was told by HR that Springfield actually called down to ask what we were doing. That's a pretty big thing when the big boys on the block are calling Branson to find out. So I do want to point you real quick. I didn't print it out on here for you, but on our on our webpage, right there on the first page under my letter is our mission, vision, and values. It means something to us. That is our roadmap for what we're doing. We've always done well in treating our people well, but we've gotten that much better. We're accomplishing our mission because we exist for the community and we're treating people the way they need to be treated. The vision is where you're seeing us focus in 24. And you're starting to see it on the social media, the responses we get. We want to be a source of pride for the community, as well as the area leader in Superior law enforcement. That is our goal. We will not be happy until we get there. That being said, besides complimenting Kathy on her outstanding look today, I do want to say that she's not just a pretty face. The change that we have had in the division or the department leaderships is second to none. When I started here, you could not get anything accomplished. People were rooted in their ways, and if you brought any new ideas, it was shut down immediately. Now these departments are working together. How can we accomplish this? How can we do this? It's no longer about my silo. We're all a team, and we understand how we intertwine and how the success of all or one contributes to the success of all. And I could not be more proud to work for this organization. I'm home and I'm staying here. Thank you.
Any
One more, yep. And I'm sorry, I haven't had the sensitivity training yet. I'm going to refer to something that your age doesn't go to. The future's so bright, we got to wear shades.
Any questions for Chief Schmidt? Chief, thank you so much. Our community sleeps better with the changes you're making in that department. Okay, now we're going to get the other side of the story from the fire chief.
There we are. If you didn't hear Eric's last statement, go back and listen to the video again, because that was in my notes as well. Worked with a lot of great people here over the last years, and I think we're the strongest we've ever been. So thank you for that support. Our before my time starts, Administrator. So we said we worked for a lot of great people. somebody's birthday sitting be behind me, Miss Anisha. Happens to be her birthday, just to call that out. It's a big number. She needs a fire permit for the cake. So, but happy birthday to her. She's been a rock star with our team, also having staff members in the planning department. So a quick look at the fire department. Our mission is to compassionately provide fire and rescue operations, risk reduction services, and emergency preparedness to the Branson community. And our vision is to achieve excellence through accreditation. The excellence is what drives us to be better every day. And I've got a team that rocks that out continuously. And so that starts with the budget prep. Our budget prep was not very strong a couple of years ago. Assistant Chief Houston took that on with other support such as Crystal and Sheena now, and have drilled that deep into organization to build and prepare a budget and sustain it throughout the year. Now you're going to force me to use a button and get in the right direction, right? Down. There was no instructions. So this past year, obviously the thing really happened after 20 some years. Station 4 broke ground, and then we started adding staffing. We added ballistic protection. Never thought I'd have to add ballistic protection and Narcan and things like that to our service delivery, but it's here. We continue to update our door warning sirens. So to stay on track, Fire Station 4 today is roofed. It's on schedule and on budget to date. When you go back to those comments that you've heard from the directors, go back to Michael and his team and the support we've had there to make this thing go. I've learned a lot from them through this process of construction. I invite you to drive by or look at the photos on the website. We'll be rolling into FY24 projects funded this year, including the Station 2 repairs and remodel. That is started. We're again working through the process of design professionals. Fire Station 3 concrete, again, tagging on to the work that Michael's done to be able to get great bids. We're just working against weather right now to get that completed, and then working through bids and contracts overall. Our team is currently working on hiring firefighters to fill the 12 positions early. Thank you for letting us do that. Plus, we actually had 2 retirements this year, which has been very unusual for us. So a battalion chief and an engineer. So we backfilled those 2 by numbers. We're ready to promote soon. So 7 of the 12 have been hired and in their probationary training currently. Applications remain open to recruit 5 more firefighters and have the Fire Station 4 fully staffed on opening day. And all promotions are in process from BC to captains to engineers. And that engine just arrived, by the way, so we'll show it off at a future meeting. Mission focus for 2024. When we look at the additions, again, we'll continue to work on Station 4, the hiring of the 12, the 10-step pay matrix plan. It's been a huge asset to us to recruit from and to sustain personnel. And our only personnel, we are asking for 1 additional person in this budget that's been mapped out by Ben and his team, is to add 1 emergency management person. That's a position that's been kind of part-time by us. Now we're ready for full-time commitment. So our proposed budget is mission focused. As we prepare this budget, our team measured decisions based on the why. Ben challenges us on that all the time. The benefits to our community and our personnel being properly trained and equipped. We desire to meet a standard of cover that meets or exceeds national standards and community expectations. Most operational increases are attributed to the new fire station and the cost of doing business, like price increases in fire and rescue equipment and commodities, as you've probably seen in your own businesses as well. Our biggest request forward, as I mentioned, is to add the emergency management specialist, focused on maintaining our local emergency plans, the Emergency Operations Center, the National Incident Management training for our staff, our city's personnel, business continuity training for city staff and in our community as well, and more. A growing position that we've tried to manage part-time by staff members that will have a full-time commitment if this budget is approved. The mission-focused future, you saw the numbers and trying to be disciplined on the budget preparation, the 5-year forecast modeling. Aldermen, you alluded to that down the hall a few minutes ago, and I'm going to divert from my notes for just a second. I will tell you that when we passed the public safety tax, we were told that line of black and red was going to cross within about a year. Well, that was 4 or 5 years ago. So when you see that line being very, very close, we're doing what you've told us to do, what the community expected. We're building the fire station, we're building the police station, we've added patrol cars, getting people hired, doing the fire trucks. So yes, it is very close. Well, our growth in our community has sustained where that line has not crossed yet. And if we're a partner in that of economic development. I'll read that in my notes. The future needs include a training officer for the field training and the focus on sustaining our existing buildings. That'll come to you in the future, like roof replacements and concrete drive repairs. Apparatus replacement will also be a challenge as costs are going up. Our previous chief used to always tell us, we can buy a fire truck for $250,000. I can't equip it for that amount of money anymore to load it up. So plus a future fire station to the north, and that will really cover our city very well. We look forward to opening up Fire Station 4, the implementation of the new 10-step pay matrix plan, the challenge training the personnel and operational budgets to support our firefighters as they serve and meet the fire rescue expectations of our community, as we meet the challenges of notable financial pressures on our budget and our service delivery expectation grows as well. That means all of us, including the firefighters, will support the economic development of the Branson community. This means striving for an ISO Class 2 that should benefit the citizens in their insurance premiums, supporting community planning and development, and helping making Branson a great place, a safe place to live, work, and play, simply achieving excellence in fire rescue service delivery. The photos above say it all. We are well equipped, we're providing great training, and have the best firefighters today, and we look forward to 2024 and beyond. Be happy to answer any questions.
Wow, that was a mouthful. Did I just hear you say you have fire station number 4 under construction, and now you're going to already asking for a fire station in the north?
Got to look to the future. We have the land purchased, if you recall. The land is secured by the city up by the Recplex.
Yes, that's in Branson Hills, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Kathy, you aware of that? Okay. Wow. I couldn't be more impressed. Any questions or comments from the board or the finance committee? No?
Mayor, I got one thing to add to Ted and Eric's conversations. What we've been able to do over the course of the last 2 budgets is identify those line items that need to be routinely implemented in their budget. What I'm talking about is outdoor warning sirens that's up there. He's got an allocation every single year in this budget and 5-year forecast for replacement. Eric's got a budget every single year for training, so he can lock it in and he knows what he's got. If anything deviates from that, these 2 guys do it. We ask them, what can you do? And then they make those priorities change. My prior life, it was finance that come and said, you got to cut 8% across the board. Nobody give a care about what anybody does. Just cut it and be gone. These guys set the priority, but we have been able to plug those things in. Street maintenance is another one. We don't take it for granted. It's plugged in every single year. So we're able to put those into this budget. Thanks to those guys.
Well, I know I can speak for the community year after year after year. The surveys we receive from the community, public safety is always their number 1 concern. And so listening to what Chief Schmidt shared and Ted.
The fire department has been the number 1 ranked in that survey for several years.
Yeah. That's funny. Well, we, the community, are very, very proud of both departments, including the police. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ted. Up next. I've heard human resources, human resources, human resources all day. So now we're going to hear from human resources. Come on, Haley. Thank you for your presentation. Next, we'll hear.
So very quickly, just a quick review of what our team looks like. There are 7 of us. So it gives you a quick layout of all of us that are here. The only change to our structure would be our payroll person. Crystal, in the past, sorry, Ted. Okay. Is that better? How do I pick it up? There we go. We're splitting the payroll person in halves with finance, and that has moved completely to HR. So still with the dotted line to them, but completely into our department. Some of our HR accomplishments for 2023, as you've heard, we've done quite a few compensation revamps, succession plans, career paths, really worked with planning, parks, public works, police, worked with the fire department as well on their 10-step plan. We've done 2 health and wellness challenges, a water challenge and a walking challenge, had pretty decent participation there. We have cross-trained all of our departments, including risk, payroll, and benefits. So in the event that we have a key player leave or out of pocket, someone else can take care of those things. We've had a pretty successful union contract revision this year. We have reduced our background check processing time. It was about 10 to 14 days. We've taken that down to 2 to 3 in most cases. We have significantly increased our social media presence, and we've done a whole revamp of employee badges and building security, which has taken quite some time. Our recruiting team, so can't talk enough about how excellent our recruiting team is. It is an entire department effort, so everyone in our team really works to help with recruiting, process status change forms, get people through the processes. So we have done a total of 184 job recs, 117 status changes, 91 new hires, and you can see the list. We actually hired 4 directors, not 3. 18 promotions. We've had 11 job fairs, and we only have 11 current job postings, which is pretty significant. When I came on board, I think we had 47-ish job openings and postings. So that feels pretty amazing, to say the least. We've significantly reduced our time to fill jobs down to about 44 days average. That's a huge improvement for our department. As you can see, that's about a 30-day reduction. So not only are we helping the departments get their people faster, but we're getting those candidates faster as well. So it's just a win-win for everyone. We threw in a fun little metrics there just to show who's the quickest to fill their jobs. That would be admin, of course. They might get a little extra attention. I don't know. And the slowest would be planning, not to be surprised, right? They plan and have to think about things. No, I'm joking. The not so fun part, we have had 47 total terminations this year. You can see the stats there. One that is of importance is that we had 17 people start and leave all within the same year. So we're going to really focus on that and the reasons that they left and try to find some resolutions to that. To me, that says a lot, right? Some of those were involuntary. So that was us selecting to no longer employ them within their 6-month probation, but the rest were not. So we'll focus on that moving forward. Part of that is because we've really increased our recruiting efforts. So I just wanted to showcase some of the great ads that we've had out on Facebook, on LinkedIn, Indeed, and all of the places. So we're really trying to focus on specific positions, highlight our benefits, highlight our competitive wages, and really focus on what we're looking for. So you see the pictures of the water tower or Parks and Rec or whatever the focus may be. Bringing a little fun to it, right? Instead of just a normal boring old job ad.
I think those short video clips you have of the employees.
They're amazing.
Very nice,
they've been such a big help, right? So it's that what it's like a day in the life of, right? Or the why you want to come here. And seeing the variety of the people that we have as well, I think has been very helpful. Risk and safety, of course, is a huge deal. So Bob is our risk manager and handles both sides. So just a quick rundown of all the amazing things that he's accomplished this year so far. It's quite significant. Our work injury claims are down a little bit, but the cost of our claims are up. So while we're doing great strides in reducing kind of the cuts and nicks and scrapes, we are seeing a little bit of an increase in some of the orthopedic work comp claims. It's kind of how it goes sometimes. So initiatives. The biggest part, of course, for us is what we're doing moving forward. So obviously we want to continue hiring the best talent and optimizing that process, whether that's through improving our software platform, through Tyler, our new piece that's coming in for ERP, or through the other avenues that we use as well. We'll be updating the HR manual. We're revising our processes and procedures, of course, still looking to find that red tape and make reductions in processes and flows to get things to move faster. We want to enhance our employee engagement by increasing health and wellness programs, formalizing some training programs, improving our safety measures, and just continuing on with all the amazing things that we do here in the city. So last is a big thank you to the team. Couldn't do it without all of those people you see there and all of these people that are sitting behind us. So a big shout out to the directors that have been working with us, that have been patient as we've been learning and growing and making changes in our department as well. And that's all. Just a big thank you. We just want to keep doing what we're doing and have a little money to keep doing what we're doing. So that's it. Any questions?
Any questions for Haley? Haley, you've made a significant difference, and we've heard it from probably every director that's come up about the impact you've had on each department. Unfortunately, it's now 7:06. The meeting's over at 7, so we won't have to try again. Oh, it goes to 8. My mic was hot when you said that. And if anybody didn't hear it, Alderman Fenton shared that if I didn't talk so much, we would have already had the meeting over. And it's been seconded. Thank you, Haley. Next up is Chad. Chad. Oh. Chad's having an IT issue.
I kind of feel like this is a Senate hearing or something. I don't know. I'd rather stand than sit, or pace, but thank you for your time this evening. I'm going to do my very, very best to make this quick and painless for Cody's sake. So an overview of our department. We've grown pretty substantially the last few years. Notably, the GIS division came over. It was a natural fit for us, and we'll talk a little bit about how that's a good move and being successful for our organization here in just a little bit. I also want to point out that we have a new office specialist. Never had an office specialist before, so I'm learning to utilize her, and it's amazing. Cindy Ackerland is not Kendi. I didn't say that right. Cindy's with us. She is absolutely instrumental in the ERP project. We brought her on, and her primary duties is to manage that project in-house for us. And it's a massive, massive project. We'll also talk about that a little bit. She does a fantastic job. And we couldn't, well, frankly, operate our city without the team that we have in place up here. I could not be more proud of them. They're just good human beings, and they're an awesome team to work with. So some of our accomplishments. Obviously, the ERP system is a big one. I'm not going to call that actual accomplishment yet, but in early 2024, that will be online for the finance and HR modules. They've been working tirelessly to, implement that system while doing their other duties, and it is not easy. It's very time consuming. We've done a complete network hardware replacement. We've done that with very, very little downtime. The downtime we did have to have, most of it was after hours. And frankly, I don't think hardly anybody knew that we pulled it off. So I'm very proud. Brendan, our network engineer, was instrumental in that. We also upgraded 40 plus servers to Microsoft Server 2022. That's a simple, cybersecurity requirement to keep up to date with things that are the latest and greatest software, so you can get patches for those. Again, very time consuming. We implemented a camera system at City Hall, and we continue to expand on our Verkada platform that we have all throughout the city. We also, which is amazing, I could talk for like 2 hours on that platform alone. We also implemented a door access control system at City Hall and the Recplex as well in their admin offices. It all integrates with the Verkada platform. There's lots of benefits to that. So We also implemented a cybersecurity intrusion detection system. And basically what that means is we have eyes 24/7, 365 on our network from a network operations center that's funded by the Homeland Security. It is phenomenal, and we're proud to have that in our network, and it helps me sleep at night. But we don't stop. We always improve things, and we'll talk more about that as well. And then lastly, we are in the process, and we will finish by the end of the year of upgrading our phone system to a new phone system. That actually wasn't even in the capital budget. We found a way to do that in our operating budget and save us a bunch of money. So I'll get to the specific numbers here shortly. And lastly, we've had a massive expansion of our GIS system usage across all departments. A very, very big expansion on utilizing that more efficiently to operate our entire business more effectively. So I want to brag on GIS just a second, a little more in depth. They've created a nightly rental tracking application. I know the board has been taking a hard look at that, as administration has as well, and our staff. And so we have a tool now to help track that. Stormwater data collection and maintenance. They developed an app in-house for that as well. Capital improvements tracker on the website and on mobile. So that goes to our transparency that we're always talking about for our citizens and our visitors. We developed a new report and issue application that's on the website, which is also mobile friendly, to make it easier and more efficient to contact us, and then us in lieu contact the constituents and track that in real time. This is one that Michael mentioned, a streetlight data collection field app and public viewer. So we actually don't own most of our streetlights in the city. Those are owned by other entities. So when we get calls from individuals that say, hey, the streetlight's out, you know, they can go to this, they can report those. But if it's not one that we own and support, they've got contact information right there. And they can see it, contact the appropriate electric company, and go from there. So it's been pretty helpful. And lastly, on this business license tracking, we developed an app for that as well. I said last, we did more than I thought. And we hired a summer intern. That was extremely successful. She came up from Arkansas. She is currently enrolled in the University of Arkansas, a tremendous talent. Everybody at the city just really liked her a lot. She did a great job for us, and I hope to have her back next year, or someone that's equally as helpful. Quick overview of the budget. You can see the numbers here, a little over 800,000 on personnel, 300 in contractual services, 164 in commodities, totaling about 1.2, pushing 1.3 million. So what are some highlights from that? So obviously bringing GIS in is a big one. Between that and hiring an office specialist, where that was a $377,000 increase. But let me tell you that, you know, the GIS one was more of a move from another department over, right? But I already mentioned, you know, that is, it's working out better than I even hoped. So very good. With more employees comes a bit more training cost. And so we implemented that in the budget as well. And our licensing, I'm actually proud of that. I'm surprised it's not more. We work very hard to negotiate good deals, but our costs are going way up, but our licensing increased by $6,000. Overall, you know, just the cost in general for cybersecurity and subscriptions continue to rise, but we saved over $15,000 purchasing this new phone system and implementing it annually. So that's a reoccurring return on that investment. What capital we got for 24? We have a ton of computer replacements due to COVID. It's not every day that you replace almost all your computers with laptops because you have to transition overnight to working from home or working remotely. We did that, which was great. And we got money for that from the federal government. However, what that means is everything's due for replacement at about the exact same time, which is pretty unusual. And so that's something that we've worked with Ben and Colby to allocate funds for. We are looking at developing a new Branson app. We've needed that for a very long time, and now's the time we need to do that. With the ERP system and Tyler coming online, they have their own apps built in to interact with our city, and we want that to be a holistic experience and improve that. So we're excited. Bluetooth analytic technology. I won't go into details right now on that, but that is very, very cool stuff that we're hoping to leverage to improve communication, marketing, get data on, the more information you have, the more big data you have, the better decisions you can make. And that's going to be a huge part of that approach for us moving forward. And then, Wi-Fi upgrades, that's standard stuff. We got to keep up with the times. And we allocated some money to expand the camera system as well. I just did what I tell everybody not to do. All right, goals for 24. We're going to focus on operations and cybersecurity planning. Sometimes you got to take a big breath and you got to look at where you're at and you got to improve on things, because when you're running at a clip, you got to take a break sometimes. I shouldn't say a break. You have to look at your operations and say, what do we need to improve upon, which is just as important as implementing a new server or implementing a new cybersecurity appliance. And so we're going to do that with our policies, procedures, and other things. We're going to work on improving our citizen interaction experiences, leveraging technology. Obviously, we've talked about the ERP system, and police and fire have new software that we are vetting right now. It's going to transform how they operate their services, and we're excited about that. And we'll continue rapid expansion of GIS systems throughout all of our operations, including integration with all the new software that we talk about up here. There's a lot of information on this slide about our ERP system, and I kind of did that on purpose so that I could show everyone just what value we're getting with this $1.2, $1.3 million. It is tremendous. And when we have this implemented, fingers crossed at the end of 2024, it's going to transform how we conduct business and how we make decisions. You've heard me say that a million times, and I just can't wait to get there. You can see all the various modules if you want to go out and take a look at this at your own time. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention cybersecurity. We're going to enhance our network penetration testing to make sure that, what we think we've done well, we have a third party double check and verify whether we did or didn't, and make tweaks as necessary. We're going to develop a more enhanced, formalized cybersecurity response plan. It's very important. And we're going to spend a few dollars to make sure that gets done properly and more formally. Excuse me. Again, we're going to revamp all of our IT policies, procedures that come along with that. And we're going to continue to enhance our services that are leverage more services offered by federal agencies. Can never remember what CISA stands for. I call it CISA because that's what they call it. That's the wrong card. I've got it in my pocket for a reason. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. And they always have alphabet soup. And the Department of Homeland Security. They offer lots of services, both free and paid, that we're going to leverage even more than we already do. And the feds are always putting more money in that pot. So we're looking to get that as well via grants and via other opportunities. And we are completing a complete redesign of our SCADA network, working with the Utilities Department. That's something that we're just taking a hard look at because it's necessary and because it's important. And for those of you that don't know what SCADA is, it is essentially the network that operates and monitors the water and wastewater aspects of our operations. It does a whole lot to make sure that when you turn your water on, it works. When you flush your toilet, it works. Was that simple enough? And then, I'm very proud of this as well. When we're building the new police station, we are going to be constructing a purpose-built data center within that police station. Right now we're leveraging rooms that were never meant to be server rooms or data centers. And we're going to fix that. We have to build one anyway to host all the radio equipment and because we're consolidating with TCAT and things like that. So we're expanding that just a little bit, and we're excited to leverage a new data center and do it right from the ground up. And the last thing I have for you, I want to especially call out Cindy and her staff for building us new offices. We saved I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars because her staff and all the other stuff they do took the time to build, 5 total offices for us. And so I just wanted to thank you again for that. She's been doing, and her team, tremendous work at City Hall and everywhere. And it's great. And I guess lastly, I just want to piggyback on what everyone else has said. This, I've had the pleasure of working for the city around 16 years. And I have not seen us operate in the capacity we are today, ever. And I'm proud to be on this team. And I thank you very much for your time. Any questions? I'm happy to answer them.
Hey, Chad,
Yeah.
when we talk about citizen involvement and citizen interaction with our IT,
Yep.
I think there might also be an area, and I've mentioned this to Kathy, where alderman interaction with our IT. Like I'll give you a very specific example. When we have people apply to our boards, it would be a game changer if the alderman had some kind of portal that we could know when that person applied to those boards. Because if there's a candidate out there that we're sort of recruiting that we think would be great, it would be nice to know if they've already put in their application. And I think a portal like that could be invaluable for sharing documents with us. Email's great. But I think we could even step that up just a little bit. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll
Thank you.
definitely look into that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
When you mentioned the data center, Chief Schmidt, is this data center, is it in the design of our police building? Okay, thank you. In the Hardens, yeah,
Yeah, I didn't mention that, but it's in the hardened area, obviously, to make sure that it's protected appropriately.
very nice, very nice. Anybody have questions for Chad?
Tough group.
Chad,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Cherie.
Okay. All right. And then which one do I push? Okay, you got this. I'm waiting on Chad. Okay. All right. Hi. So this is my lovely finance department. I've been here for 2 months, and I think my greatest accomplishment so far is we did win the People's Choice Award with the pumpkin decorated contest. Okay. The other departments were fierce. They were strong competitors, but we won. We won. Okay. So this is my lovely department, and this is a list of the things that we do on a daily basis. As you can see, we do a broad array of activities, from customer facing activities like utility billing and business licenses, to being a support function for all the other departments within City Hall. We help them by doing purchase orders and bids and providing them financials and budget support. And we also provide financial oversight for the whole city. So we currently, our cash management, we are currently managing 124 million. And with debt management, we are also managing 124 million. So just some interesting facts. For 2023, some of the things that we're proud of is we have been working with the ERP. That's very time consuming, but we're excited about where it's going to take us. So also, we've been working on financial transparency. If you go out to the city's website, you can find all kinds of financial information. So that's a snippet of some of the information you can find online. Also this year, they did hire a new finance director. I hear she's okay. She's okay. And some of the big projects that we had tackled this year is the short-term rentals. And then also we've been working with Alex. He's been spearheading the lodging safety initiative, and we've been assisting. So we're really proud of the short-term rentals. Instead of hiring an outside contractor, we staff that internally, and it's a process that we, just laying the foundation for, but we're really excited about where it's going to take us. So those are some of the things we've done this year. For 2024, we go live with the financials with ERP in April. We go live with payroll in July, and we go live with utility billing in October, which means my staff will be working on 2 accounting systems. We have to still work in Avalon, and then we also have to work in Tyler. It's going to be a lot of work. And so I am requesting 2 additional senior accountants. I want people that have at least 3 years of accounting experience underneath them. We have a lot of capital projects. We have the ERP, and then I also have a vision for my department. What I want to accomplish with my 2 seniors is, and then my staff as well that we currently have, is we want to be a business partner for all the departments within the city. So what that means is I would like to work with them like monthly. Here's your financials, here's what you're spending, and work with them weekly on your budgets, and then, you know, quarterly on their 5-year forecast. I don't want to just hoard the information. We want to share it with everybody and not just the departments, but with the city. So everybody's on the same page and we're all reaching the same goals. And some of the other things we like to accomplish is enhance cash management and reduce the time to complete monthly close. And we're consistently looking for ways to improve our procedures. And next year, we're really going to tackle the short-term rentals, you know, even harder. So that's our goal for next year. And then my last slide is our budget comparison, 23 budget versus 24. The difference in personnel is my assistant director position that we've not filled yet, and then my 2 senior accountants. And then the contractual line, the difference is we've added Baker Tilly to the 2024 budget. So that's my budget, and that's what we hope to do.
I believe we have one director that stayed within the time.
It's because I talk really, really fast.
She gets the gift card, right?
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Mayor, I do want to add, when accountants speak to each other, there's certain language they understand, nobody really understands. Cherie came on and started talking to me about the ERP. I backed off because she talked better than I did about the accounting jargon. I've been doing this for 30 years. But not only that, to add on to it, what she's been able to accomplish, she's been able to take the finance department, the talent that already existed, and build just tremendous skill sets within those folks. Behind us, we've got Jolene and Sunday, and they've both been instrumental in this budget, 158 million to put this thing together. It just doesn't take the 2 of us. They've done a fantastic job, but she is a great addition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Here comes the hill.
It's a little low energy wise. Don't act like this is not the presentation you've been waiting for. 20 minutes, right, Kathy? All right, I am going to be presenting for the city clerk and the municipal court departments. And I'm going to use this because that's what we're supposed to do. Yeah, there we are. I wanted you to be able to see the faces that are in charge of our departmental functions and make them run so smoothly. Everybody's titles are there too. I just want to point out, I don't know how to use the laser pointer, so it's fine. We have a lot of specialists there. I also want to point out that collectively, we have over 89 years of experience with either the city of Branson or related roles in other cities. I know that we look pretty young, but it's a lot of experience for us. And I am just incredibly proud of this team. They are phenomenal. They are experts in their fields. And yeah, I'm honored to be their leader. So I'm going to just briefly, just very broad overview of what the budget gets. So we're going to start with court. The court is a judicial branch of our government. So obviously they handle the traffic and alleged ordinance violations. Our court is a division of the Circuit Court of Taney County, which is the 46th Judicial Circuit. I mention that because the way that the court has to run is very regimented and they don't have a lot of room for policy changes. This year, we were able to implement 2 pretty big policy changes. One was a no cell phone policy or electronic devices policy in the courtroom, and the other one was a payment kiosk in our lobby for ease of payment. Those seem kind of minor, but they're actually really revolutionary for the court world, and we are proud of that. I am going to move on next to the city clerk's office, and I came up with I should say, came up with this graphic because usually for some reason when I start explaining what we do, people's eyes glaze over. So I thought this was a really good kind of visual. Is anybody overwhelmed by all the words at the top of the funnel? Show of hands. The good news is we're not overwhelmed by that. So we have 13 departments, we have citizens, we have all kinds of people that are dropping things into the city clerk's funnel. And what we do is we process those and then they come out at the bottom, compliant, organized, and ready to go. So while I don't have any pictures of any capital projects or out-facing projects, we do work on the back end to process the contracts for those. You aldermen approve them. They get signed usually that night. They get processed to the departments, and then we keep those documents for retention. So it flows very nicely. And in addition to that, we also do sunshine requests. To mention that we get requests for records from the citizens, and we respond to them to be compliant with the sunshine law. So something that I'm very proud of that we've accomplished this year is that we've improved our ability to work with 13 departments, whom I actually really like a lot. And I'm not just saying that because they're all in the room. We, instead of saying, no, you can't do that, we really tried to flip the script to say, how can we help? How can we help within the parameters of the law? And if somebody says, why do you do it that way? And if we can't come up with a better answer than, well, that's because it's always been done, then we want to look at that and see if we can do a process change and do it more efficiently. As a result of that, I think we've had many victories with some of our archaic processes, and I am proud of that. The other thing that I wanted to mention is, and I know that it's been mentioned before, is there's a huge culture shift at City Hall. I think employees are allowed the opportunity to be creative and have fun while still being professional, while still getting their job done. And I know that started at the top with admin, with Kathy and Alex, and with you guys' support. And we so appreciate that. That's been a huge difference for us here at the city. People enjoy coming to work, and that's been really fun to watch. So as far as our budget ask, we're not asking for much in the city clerk side. There's just $5,000 for municipal elections. Just costs have just simply gone up. And $1,500 for legal services. That's just a special judge in case Judge Motley is ever unable to hear a case, and then an extra $500 in certifications, because our court clerk is new and we wanted to have her the opportunity to get her MACA certification if she so chose. So looking forward to the 2024 vision. We just want to continue to improve the process by simply being willing to listen and help within the parameters of the law, of course. And then our major goal that we're going to start ramping up is we are going to start scanning our paper files and then meeting with the departments to see if we can get a better handle on the digital born ones. We have a lot of softwares. I know the ERP is coming on, so we want to just make sure we're retaining all those documents properly. It's a huge undertaking, and we're hoping the result will be more records available to more people in a more timely manner, which I think the saying is at the speed of business. So that is my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions. I also think I was under 5 minutes, maybe. I don't know.
Well, the first question. First question is, Ben and Colby, have you vetted and approved these increases in that she's requesting?
We put her through the ringer on that $5,000
That's
ask.
a lot, yeah.
She brought it down a couple thousand for us.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions for Hill? Hill, you're doing a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So this says next is legal and communications
and administration.
and administration.
There, thank you. Well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm presenting here on behalf of admin. I'm happy to have Lisa here. Just want to thank you all. I came up on my 1-year anniversary here, as well as Kathy, and it has just been an absolute joy to get to know every one of you and work with you and take your priorities and actually implement them. Kathy and I often say, coming from the state and federal level, things move so much slower and things don't really happen a whole lot. And the amount of change that we've been able to do in 1 year with your guidance and your leadership and your ability, I hope it just speaks testaments to what our budget looks like and what we've all been able to accomplish. I also want to thank Kathy. for just being an incredible leader and a mentor to not only myself, but our entire director team. She truly has brought our organization to another level. She's willing to make the tough decisions and solve legacy problems. And I just want to thank her for her caring heart, her first-class leadership, and the absolute joy you bring to City Hall. Looking back at our 2023 year of success, really, we can kind of put it in two buckets. First is modernizing our city government. And what do I mean by that? Building positive City Hall culture. I think a lot of directors have spoke on that this evening. I look primarily to our Monday morning director meetings, where we have a collegial attitude that was not here when we first got here. That's grown significantly. And, Kathy makes it a priority to visit departments. The fire station, she's been out to a few times, police department, public works, utilities, really getting her feet wet and going out and meeting with staff instead of just staying inside of administration office. So that's really important. And that's one of her philosophies is to get out there and to make sure everyone knows her, and that people can come up to administration and express their problems and their concerns. And that's happened many, many times. So we want to keep that going in 2023. I think it's percolated down throughout staff. And it's a huge driving force to rebuilding the culture and the trust of City Hall. In the same vein, we have a fully staffed director team now. We've added public works, police, planning, HR, clerk's office, and a fully staffed police department. That's a huge accomplishment, and we are firing on all cylinders. We've also really had an emphasis on staff recruitment and retention, and Haley and Kim and her team have just done a fantastic job. Coming into the city, we had, I want to say 40 plus vacancies, and that has been dramatically reduced, and just a new way of thinking. And so I just wanted to thank Haley and her team for her leadership and her thinking outside of the box to make sure that Kendall and Michael and all of our departments have the staff they need to get out there, tackle these capital projects and improve our community and our city. We've also focused on cost savings. So although administration doesn't necessarily have an operating or capital budget, we obviously have a keen eye on making sure to cut costs as necessary. I look particularly to our legal services bill, engaging with law, doing them with a trial period for amount of time, and then engaging in a full year contract has significantly saved hundreds of thousands of dollars to our city. In addition, by having someone here in staff, that's, Holly and Joe Lauper, who are here, at least 2 times a week, the communication and the coordination, I think, has really helped prevent any further litigation as well. So not only are we saving money on their contract, but we're also really helping to prevent future litigation with their services. We've also launched the Lodging Safety Initiative. That's well in progress. We've had the beginning phases of the Red Tape Review Initiative get launched. And really, this is an opportunity to make substantive changes, right, for outdated code, but it's also a mindset. And that really goes in tandem with operating at the speed of business. And I think, as you've heard, a lot of the departments today have really thought of ways of how do you cut the red tape? How do you make things easier, not only internally, but how do you make things better for someone that comes into the planning department and wants to submit a permit? How do you make it easier for someone who wants to pay their bill? Let alone, how do you make it easier for someone that wants to learn more about the city, GIS and all of the capital improvement tracker and all the other things? This is really a full encompassing approach to not only transparency, which is one of your key themes that you've impressed upon us, but really thinking and taking a deep look at how our government operates and how can we truly modernize that and make it the first class best in our state. And of course, operating at the speed of business. As Hillary mentioned, we've looked at how do we do purchasing? Can we streamline this process? How do we look at procurement? How do we do, we've significantly changed our process, how we even bring contracts to our board, right? We've cut that by 50% by switching in some cases to resolutions instead of ordinances, right? It's taking time off of a lengthy process that isn't needed, right? So our departments then can move at the speed of business, get better prices, retain their prices, and more importantly, get their work accomplished. The other side of this is investments to benefit our community. And I think that really incorporates a lot of what our capital projects and a lot of what our departments do on a day-to-day basis. And here in admin, we've literally been at the spear along with Public Works and other folks of advancing a lot of our major capital projects. I look at 76 CID. We've really taken that by the horns here in administration and sat down and righted that relationship to clearly identify, as Michael says, the time, the budget, the length of the project, and being fiscally responsible to the amount of dollars that we're all accountable to the taxpayers. So we've made significant progress on that to the point where we're getting to the point where hopefully next year we have shovels on the ground. That project has sat idle for many years, but administration took the time to take a pause, look at what's going on, write the relationships, build relationships, and bring leadership to the equation. So we're very happy with how that's going, and we can't wait to see all of the improvements that are going to come in 2024 and beyond on that incredibly important strip of our entire city. Also, the White House remodel, due to Michael's leadership and administration, we're moving that project forward. As we briefed you all on recently, we are keeping costs to a minimum. We are looking at innovative approaches to save money and maximize dollars. And that takes time, and that takes attention, and it takes coordination, and it takes willingness. And that's something that, administration really here is forcing and impressing upon everyone to really take our time and let's do this right. Fire Station 4, shovels in the ground. What more can we say about that? Compton flood wall, pilings in the ground soon. What more can we say about that? Road improvements, all things right that are super beneficial to our community and to what people see when they go out, and whether they're driving down the strip or they're downtown, improving roads and striping and all the things that Public Works have been working on, including what we've really pushed for in the budget was, right, what's the plan for the city? And as Michael touched on, of course, the 5-year plan, the PCI index that we have in the budget for this coming year. So you all can go back to your constituents and say, we know your road might be in rough shape. That's fine. You're on the schedule. You're on the list. Here's when you can expect the city to be there. And with folks like Michael at the helm and his street staff, they'll be able to accomplish it and get it done. Lastly, and this is where I'm going to kick it over briefly to Lisa. We've done an excellent job of expanding outreach of city communications to our citizens, from ClearGov to Capital Improvement Tracker to the monthly newsletter. We are trying to spread the good news that's happening at City Hall. And we are trying to spread the good news in your vision and leadership and reflect those values, obviously back through this budget. So we are asking for a small $50,000 appropriation for the communications budget. And I'll have Lisa touch on that shortly. But that's really the only main item that has changed in our budget. And I'll have Lisa touch on that in just a moment. Looking at 2024, our positions have remained flat. We have one vacant position currently open for the executive assistant position. And we have one position that is going to remain vacant for the remainder of the year. Next year, administration specialist. As you can tell, our positions are flat and mostly our salaries. We've also assumed legal into the administration department. As you'll notice, labor law is being billed separately, but we have a city prosecutor and we have a legal assistant. I also just want to focus on 2024 initiatives. We want to really emphasize on increasing economic development. We really want to focus on how can we create incentive packages for advanced growth? How can we be a better partner to developers? How can we be a better partner to those businesses that want to come and invest in our community and increase tourism, and therefore provide taxes right back to us, right, for improvements? We want to increase customer satisfaction and experience with city government. I think planning is an excellent example of a department that's really championed that initiative and is really making great strides in that respect. And also we want to move forward, and we're ready to get started on 2024 capital projects. There's over 70 we have in the queue here that we're asking for approval on, and we're beyond excited to get rocking. And then we also want to make Branson open for business. We have an open for business process, right? But how can we really truly resonate throughout the community and the surrounding region that we are truly open for business? And that's something that we think about here in administration every day. And that's something we, of course, want to improve on moving in 2024 and beyond. So lastly, I want to kick it over to Lisa. Lisa has been an excellent addition to our department. She has been an excellent colleague. She has taken our communications department really to another level. She has some metrics here to share with you just about engagement and how we've been able to interact with the citizens. But it has truly been a blessing to have you here, and you raise the quality of our organization. And I'm just so thankful to be here at this point in time, to be surrounded by such great staff. And more importantly, our director team is absolutely fantastic. And Lisa, you're a big part of that. So I'll kick it over to Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah. And this is a great guy, but the first thing he said to me this morning was, Lisa, stop talking. I can't talk about this now. That was the end of it. Anyway, it really is. I'm just really here for some color commentary and a few stats and some exciting future, looking toward the future. But being part of this culture build has really been rewarding, and it has surprised me. And I will tell you, I hear it internally. You've seen it, you hear it, but I'm hearing it externally. There have been things that have transpired out in the community where whether it's Cindy's folks come to the rescue, Michael's, Eric's, Ted's, the police, all of these interactions that people are starting to say, boy, things are happening at City Hall. The community can feel it. And part of the small parts that I think that comms has been able to help and has been really most rewarding are things like the social media, where we are profiling. There is a wonderful series of profiles now on the fire department HR recruiting that are really, really cool. And we run around and talk to all the directors and the people on the teams, and we find out ideas. And that has made such a difference in being able to improve Facebook and other social media sources. Just a quick overview. In this year, compared to 2022, we have increased Facebook reach by 400%. We have picked up 1,000 new followers, of which just that's a couple of hundred in October alone. Things are happening and it's growing. And interestingly, as you look at the analytics, you can see in Facebook that we compare higher than most cities in a lot of categories for engagement and interactions, but we are very high in the interaction comparison, which is really fun to be able to keep people engaged in what we're telling them about. So I also want to say all of the wonderful projects that happen, what great material. It has also helped us build media relationships that sometimes had been strained in the past, and have really solidified the fact that they can trust and know that we will help to keep them informed, whether it's the Compton Wall Flood Project or it's just the lodging safety initiative, guys. I believe in this all the way through and through, and Alex has been incredible lead on that. And I really have to say, if this works the way it's starting to work and the way and just the cohesiveness of it, we're really on the right path. And so we need to thank him for that, because that's a big deal. Yeah, that's what I say. The learning curve has been really monumental. Sometimes I have to remember that I'm in municipal government, not private sector, and he's the best at making sure I get that. And I'm really learning, and I love it. I love it, you guys. I love it. Maybe one day I'll be up there with you guys. Who knows? So for the 50K that we're hoping gets approved, okay, some of the big ideas and only top line, but we want to increase media promotions in outlying markets to encourage awareness and visitation. Just today, we got great word that a huge TV promotion that I put together in Kansas City for the Chiefs has been approved. And that will give Branson an incredible stamp in a big station in Kansas City. Things like this that we can do, because you got to get out there, you got to do the work, and you got to really work the relationships, as Alex was saying. So increase in media promotions, also an increase in video
video production. Some things we're missing is telling the Branson story, packaging all the stories of Branson in a way for our website to be able to use them, and also for distribution out into outlying markets. We also want to help enhance city activities and things that are going on. So a couple of quick notes on the Chiefs. Got word today, our custom flag for the roundabout, great big flag, is being shipped. So we'll be having, yeah, that'll be cool. We'll have our custom flags, as well as small custom flags. I know that was something that Larry was excited about. And we have a meeting tomorrow on the rally, which is the big deal rally. We are targeting November 30th for that rally. So I want to thank you guys for hiring me.
Well, thank you, Lisa. We have heard from all of our directors. Ben has provided us an excellent overview. So are there any questions from the Board of Aldermen for any members of the staff? Cody?
It's not so much a question as much as it is just to say thank you. Thank you to Kathy, Alex. Thank you to all the directors and the staff that were here tonight. This, I said this last year too, this process is such a breath of fresh air compared to when I joined the board a couple of years ago. And I think a lot of that credit goes to Ben also, who kind of changed the way we do this budget process. And so I'm appreciative of you. And I think, we owe you gratitude for that. When I first joined the board and they said, all right, well, we're going to start this budget process. And we all said in the council chambers, and they said, all right, we're going to score this. And your guys are going to tell us, how you rate the importance of this. And I thought to myself, this is the stupidest thing I've ever been a part of. What do I know? I've been on this. At that point, I'd been on the board for 2 months. I don't know police, fire, roads, utilities. And then they're telling me to decide what's important for you guys. So the fact that we're doing it this way, we did it last year, we did it again this year, it's working. And I think the comments and just the atmosphere tonight, I think just confirms how much better this truly is. And so this makes way more sense to me. And I'm not sitting up here saying what a stupid process. Respectfully, but to all involved previously, but it just really never made sense to me. This makes sense. You guys are coming and saying, we're doing this every day. We're living this. This is what we need to do our job, to support our staff, to do what our community needs. So truly, I don't know if there was a question there, but thank you, really, truly, thank you for everybody that put time into this and effort and hours and everything you guys did to bring this to us and present it in this way. I truly am grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Clay?
Yeah, I was well, you kind of took some of my speech, but yeah, just to kind of piggyback on that. This is what our 3rd year on the board, and what a different vibe. I remember coming in here, being elected and walking in just like, it was weird. It was tense. You didn't know who you could talk to, and if they was going to tell the other person what you talked about, or if they was going to talk about you when they were on. It was just, it is what it is. I'm not making it up. I think we've all lived it, but the vibe is just so. People, and I hear it from director. I've heard it from Chad. I've heard it from Chief Martin, Chief Schmidt. I've heard it from Kendall. I've heard it from Michael. I've heard it from Ben. Everybody. It's just like, they're not just saying it, they believe it. That's why they're saying it. So it's just, it's really a different vibe. And Alex, I think, has just done I remember when he first showed up at a meeting, I'm like, who's this guy? Where did he come from? Why is he hired? But now I see why he was hired, because he's good at what he does. And we all know the rocky start with Kathy, the way that all happened, and everybody's like, oh my God, what's going on? Well, it was never about Kathy or her qualifications. It was about the process of how it happened. So I'll be the first to say, I think Kathy's done a great job, and I've heard it from everybody I've talked to. So kudos to everybody. Yeah.
Marshall?
I want to be specific about something and talk just a little bit. I'm going to be very much in support of the $50,000 appropriation for comms. I think that having Lisa on board, you're more than a cheerleader, you're an ambassador for this city, and as we continue to modernize and we talk about that, a city like Branson has to have a robust comms department because of what we are and who we are and the message and the story that we tell. I'm so excited about that because I know there's been a lot of ways where ideas have been hamstrung in the past. It's been, dead horse has been beaten here tonight, but I'm really excited about Lisa's department specifically and how we can improve that and work together because we're a show community and the show must go on. So.
Well, that was me.
Okay, I just want to say, all the directors, all your staff, everyone that works here at the city, you guys hold a very dear place in my heart. Having been an employee just like you, I know how difficult it is to accomplish certain goals if you have your hands tied behind your back. And now the leadership that you have allows each one of you to just be so creative and to use all your gifts. And it is true teamwork. And that's why our city is running the way it is. So I want to say a thank you to all of you, and your presentations tonight were wonderful. I back you 1,000%. Thank you so much for what you do.
Yeah, so like a year and a half ago, whenever after I was elected and sworn in, and we had an opportunity to meet with each director individually, and I think one of the questions I asked almost every director that was here at that time was, what's the one thing that you need that's most important for the execution of what you have to do to make the city a better place? And hands down, it was about personnel. And tonight I heard we're not really having an issue now attracting and keeping personnel. I know there's still some open vacant spaces, but nonetheless, like the word is getting out that, we are going to be that beacon on the hill where everyone wants to come and work and really build a career, because now you guys are putting in place processes where people can start from the bottom and work their way up and have that pride of being part of something that they can sustain for a while. And so, but the other thing that I heard was the challenge that I did, again, to the directors that were here at the time was, we want to give you the opportunity to take your talents and really open yourselves up to what the possibilities are. And I think when I first made that statement to a lot of you, y'all were probably like, yeah, right. Because it was a different time. It was a much different time, just like, Cody and Clay mentioned. It was a much different time, but, I think you guys have really at this point, and some time back now, I've really embraced that idea, and you've done it. Again, I've seen the creativity you've had within your departments of doing things in-house and challenging your people to do those things. And it came from your leadership. And, it wasn't that you weren't able to do it before. It was just that you didn't have the resources to do it. Now you do. And that's what I see happen, is that you guys are given the right tools to execute the talents that you have, to open up the people down below you to be great people and great stewards of our community. And, I think that's just, it's going to make this town an amazing place. And it really is very good to feel the vibe of City Hall now, like City Hall proper, not just within this meeting, but when you walk in that place, it's an inviting place, and you guys are always smiling, and it's nice to be there. So thank you all for all that you do. I know, again, in the beginning, there was probably a little trepidation, but you guys stepped into it and you guys met the challenge. And I think taking the chief's term, the future looks bright, so everybody better get some shades.
Chuck, you got anything?
I think you guys all knocked it out of the park, and thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, good job.
That was a lot of words for Chuck, y'all.
Any finance, any,
Almost, we were timing you.
any finance committee members have questions or comments they'd like to make? Alex?
Sitting in here and just getting to become acquainted with all the professionals in here, the directors, the staff members, the leadership. As a new resident and as a community member, I come from Hollister. So I've gotten to see and know that Branson is a place that people aspire to come visit, to be like, as a good example of Midwestern solid American values. It manifests every day with what you guys do. It's not an accident. In case you were wondering, all of your hard work is an intentional effort. I know Thomas Edison said something to the effect of good fortune is the outcome of an opportunity, which in the Ozarks, we have an opportunity, the natural beauty, the things that want to bring people here with planning. So an opportunity plus planning equals good fortune. So it's by no mistake that we're seeing these things happen. So thank you for all of that. An example, in law enforcement, it's no surprise that we're, the country is struggling with recruiting and retention, but surprise, surprise, in Branson, Missouri, that's not a problem. Fire protection. People take it for granted that, we have professionals that will not only prevent your home from burning to the ground, but can save your life in the process of that. That's not by an accident. That's an intentional plan. So I tip my hat to you as a resident and as a local business owner, and I'm thankful to call Branson my home.
Anyone else? I think we've had the discussion. Suggestion was skip the questions. It's past 8. So why don't we jump to City Administrator Kathy Stepp? Would you provide some closing remarks, please?
Alex just had to remind me what I'm talking about at this point in the presentation. So thank you all for your very kind, gracious, and generous words. We appreciate that so much. And I am very proud of this team, as you all are too. The saddest thing to me is that you all only get to experience them on Board of Aldermen meetings or your commission meetings or a special meeting like this. And you don't get to have to see, which is probably a good thing because I don't necessarily want you to see when the troubles come, right? When the conflicts come and how we process through that, work through it, grind through it, and turn out a product of service that people have invested their tax dollars into and expect a return on that investment. And the grind and the countless hours that this team puts in, so many of us at City Hall, these people aren't just working 40 hours, clocking in, clocking out, and leave their work at home. This is their calling. And that you all have been so generous. I will tell you, your words will ring for a long time, and it keeps everybody going in that same direction with that same positive energy. So thank you for bolstering that. You're kind of the nitrous, right, to the fuel we're already operating on. So thank you for that. Last thing I want to say is I appreciate the trust that you all have had in me. And I could not, in this particular job, running an enterprise as large as the city of Branson, you can't do that by yourself. It's impossible. And I tell these guys all the time that they make me look good, that I really get to be the window dressing on the hard works that they do. I get to be the showman and the salesman and get to sing and dance a little bit. I do a little more than that, but at the end of the day, these are the implementers, the people that you witnessed tonight and those that you run into across the city. So to the citizens of Branson, I appreciate the opportunity to be in this moment with you and serving with my heart open. And hopefully it's reciprocated, and it has been in great part across the city. To our partners that we deal with, our community partners, the chamber, the CVB, the different business organizations. Oh my gosh, Hollister, shout out to Rick Ziegenfuss, because this is really Taney County, right? We've got so many partners that are looking to move this region forward. And of course, Branson, we're kind of the big brother on the block here, and we can lead in those efforts. And I'm very happy to tell you all that we have a willing surrounding community that wants to go with us. Rick Ziegenfuss would be offended that I just put it that way because he would want to be the leader. but this is my meeting, so I get to be the leader. But anyway, thank you all again for your time, your attention to the convention center. I don't think Angie Teal is still here, but I hope you all got a chance to meet Angie, the new director for the management company here, for the accommodations. We appreciate you, and for the AV. And to all of my directors who presented tonight, you'll be having time management mandatory training in 2024. So we're going to have to amend the budget, Ben, so we can teach people how to tell time and how to manage time. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Mayor, could I just say that what a great social media moment. Kathy Stepp, city administrator, and a bottle of Tums in front of her. Oh, it's easy running a city. Boom, right there. Look.
Great observation, Clay. I'm going to make my summary very short. I have said many, many times for a long time now, well, not that long, past year or so, when I leave City Hall, I leave with a smile on my face, I'm clicking my heels, and I have a skip in my step. And it is so comforting. I just get filled so much, and it's because of what you all do. You all make the city look good. You make Kathy look good. You make your Board of Aldermen look good. You make your mayor look good. I'm just so appreciative of, and I say tongue in cheek, and now it won't be tongue in cheek because the media will pick it up. Is Jason work? He's gone. Oh, good.
Say what you want.
It's a good time to be the mayor in Branson, Missouri. I can tell you that. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn from the Board of Aldermen. See how efficient they're getting? We have motion in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Same motion from the Finance Committee. You're not on the Finance. Well, that's- We have a motion and a second. This one calls for a roll call vote, Hill?
It does not.
Oh, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Hillary said it wasn't.
Ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you very much.